There we go.
Will the Public Safety Committee come to order for Cleveland City Council? Madam Clerk, do we have a quorum? Thank you. Would you please call the roll? Present.
Here.
Present. Present.
Thank you. And Councilman Harsh is here as well, and we welcome him to the committee. So thank you. Chief, Safety Director, congratulations on your new appointment. You've been a longtime member of the Cleveland Division of Police. Is it 34 years?
Good morning, Chair. This is actually with 35th year.
35th year. Yeah. And now you're in the role as Safety Director. So as I said to you yesterday, it all depends what day it is, whether you'll have my condolences or my congratulations, okay? So we welcome you to the table.
Thank you.
Okay, we have 4 pieces of legislation we'd like to knock out before we hear the presentation on ShotSpotter, safety and security cameras, and then a update as to what the game plan is going into the spring and summer. So at this point, we're going to start with the ordinance number 157-2024 by Council Members Polensek and Griffin by departmental request, an emergency ordinance authorizing the Director of Public Safety to enter into an agreement with the Cuyahoga County Solid Waste District to accept funding in support of Department of Public Safety Environmental Crimes Task Force for purposes including but not limited to the purchase of training and equipment necessary to assist in combating illegal dumping. First time it came to first reading to my colleagues was on February 5th of this year. Approved by the Director of Public Safety, approved by the Director of Finance. There's no legal objection. And before I call upon the Safety Director and his team here, I would ask if there's anyone in the audience who wishes to address this body. The clerk to my right, to your left, there's a form you need to fill out, and then we will call upon you when we are through with the unless you want to speak or address us on a specific piece of legislation, please indicate that on your notes when you fill out the thing. Okay, we also have the new chief here. Chief, welcome. Chief Dorothy Todd, and again, how many years in member of the division?
So good morning, Chair. I have been with the Division of Police for 24 years.
Okay, God bless you. Okay, so we have a new team here, and so I'll let you start.
Good morning, Chair, and other members of the
Yes.
committee. Before I get started with the legislation, I'd like my team to introduce themselves. Obviously,
Okay.
Chief Todd already introduced herself.
Thank you.
To my right, please go ahead and introduce yourself.
Sergeant West, I'm the officer in charge of the Environmental Crimes Task Force.
Sergeant West?
Yes,
Okay.
WEST.
Okay. Okay, go ahead.
Donnie.
Dawn Hartson, Public Safety Grants Coordinator.
Okay. Okay. Go ahead.
Okay, to the chair and other council members. This is ordinance number 157-2024, authorizing the Director of Public Safety to enter into an agreement with the Cuyahoga County Solid Waste District to accept funding in support of the Department of Public Safety's Environmental Crimes Task Force for purposes including but not limited to the purchase of training and equipment necessary to assist in combating illegal dumping. Excuse me. If approved by council, if approved by council, the Environmental Crimes Task Force is comprised of the City of Cleveland Departments of Public Safety, Public Health, Building and Housing, Law, and others working collaboratively to combat illegal dumping in the city. Cuyahoga County Solid Waste District has authorized funding in an amount not to exceed $19,120 to the city's Department of Public Safety to provide financial support for the task force to address the problem of illegal dumping within the city. This legislation is important because because this funding will assist the city's fight against illegal dumping and providing necessary training and equipment to the Environmental Crimes Task Force. The budget is $15,200. That's for personnel, detectives, and supervisor overtime. $800 for clothing for the task force officers. $3,120 for contracts, which is cell phone service, and for a total of $19,120. The grant period is from January 1st of this year through December 31st of this year. There is no local match requirement.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Ms. Hartsong, you have any comment?
To the chair, this is a grant that we've received from the county for a number of years, for at least the last 5 years. They give us about the same amount of money every year to provide equipment and overtime for the task force.
Okay. So by the county giving us funds, do they participate in this enforcement, or they just give us the money?
To the chair, if I can answer that.
Yeah.
At one point, and Sergeant West can chime in
Okay.
as well, because he's in charge of the Environmental Crimes Task Force relative to the Division of Police. At one point, the county had Sheriff Department deputies involved in the investigations. I'm not quite sure if they're still involved, and again, Sergeant West can articulate that, but we have our detectives as well as Sergeant West who conduct investigations, and I'm sure if they need additional assistance, they'll reach out to whatever entity that may be to assist them.
Please, everybody listen up here. Sergeant,
Yes, sir, Chair.
you care to comment?
As far as, through the chair, to the rest of the council members.
Yes.
We receive funding and additional, any kind of resources through the Cuyahoga County Solid Waste District. We have some new camera systems that they're going to be purchasing also, that's going to be pretty high-tech stuff, license plate readers and anything a little bit more technology-wise that's going to assist us with our investigations.
Okay.
And then we do receive, if we need help from the county Sheriff's Department does allow us to, assistance.
I appreciate that, because let me say, this is a big problem in the city, and it seems to be getting bigger. So all of us in council, we have areas that are out of the way, isolated. Councilman Harrison and I share some older industrial areas. I have the Eddy Road Industrial Park area in the Glenville neighborhood, where the illegal dumping is a constant issue. And I'm not talking, you can tell it's coming off of trucks by the pile. Someone's got a dump truck and they're, boom, dropping this stuff. And so it's the tires, and members of council repeatedly complain, and we really don't get much help, because most of it, unfortunately, it's after the fact, and there's nobody there witnessing. And I ask myself often, how come nobody sees any of this stuff, going on? Somebody's got to see it, but again, maybe for one reason or another, they don't pick up their cell phone or whatever to call it in. But 19,000, I can assure you, is not going to do it. Okay. So the question is, what are we really going to do to identify the hot spots in the city? So I want to start right there, because I have on the list already, I have Jones, Starr, anyone other members? Yes. Okay. That want to be on the list. I need to understand what the game plan is, because I can tell you right now, 19 grand ain't going to do it. We got a problem out here. So we need mobile cameras that we can set up in the hot spots. We need to know who's going out there to investigate complaints, and where we can identify individuals or vehicles. But I'm of the belief and feeling, you dump in the city of Cleveland, you need to get hammered. And I don't care who you are, you need to get hammered.
Yes, sir.
And so, who wants to comment? I mean, because it's about enforcement. So who can comment on that?
To the chair, we take this extremely serious. That's why we have the Environmental Crimes Task Force in partnership with the county. Our detectives and our sergeant, they respond to complaints, and they're also proactive. As we try to give them the resources they need, they work day in and day out to make sure that they respond to those calls for service, and also they're very proactive. We have different cameras and different technologies that we use in certain areas that we know are prolific dumping areas, Chair, that they monitor on a regular basis, and they've prosecuted individuals. We do take it serious. They take it serious, and again, we're giving them the technology and the resources we believe they need to be successful in that. And we're supported by other departments as well. The Department of Waste, they assist us with cleanups and so forth. Obviously, we want to find the individuals that are responsible for it. That's what the Environmental Crimes Task Force is there for, and then hold those individuals responsible for not only the illegal dumping through prosecution, but also the cleanup that the city pretty much is responsible for right now.
So before I call upon Councilman Jones, just one last question to the chief, whoever can answer. It was my understanding that years ago, I was trying to jog my memory, that we had passed a piece of legislation that if you sell tires in the city of Cleveland, you had to be able to identify where the used tires or the obsolete tires were going. Is that the case?
Chair, you have to have a license to convey any more than 10 tires in your vehicle. So, and it's a felony if you are caught without a license.
But if I'm XYG and I'm selling tires, and you go in there, do they have to tell you where their tires are going to? Because there's a charge now. They charge people $1 or $2 per tire. Where are those tires going?
Well,
I
Chair,
thought that was what we passed years ago.
Chair, that is correct. And I can't get into too much specifics just right now, but we do have a very large-scale investigation that's actually it's citywide, and we're talking thousands of tires. And we're using a GPS tracker that's actually assisting us, and we're identifying locations. We're actually finding more locations that we didn't know previously even existed.
Well,
so I don't want to get too much into our invest, but there's definitely something big coming down.
But I would ask the administration as well to please look at that codified ordinance section. If we need to toughen it up, if we need to increase penalties, we're for doing that. We're for increasing penalties or whatever we have to do to give you a better tools to deal with that, okay? Okay, Councilman Jones, you're up.
Mr. Chairman, to Mr. Drummond, again, congratulations being promoted to our safety director in the city of Cleveland.
Thank you, sir.
And also congratulations to our new chief, Todd, and your promotion as well. I think the city is well served with you all in the command staff, and I look forward to working with you. I do want to state that I support, and I'm letting you know right up front, I support my new commander, and I appreciate him being selected and his relentless communications to our office is important. It's something that we have not had.
By the way, who is your new commander?
Ralph Valentino.
Okay.
And so I just want to put that out there for those who want to try to touch him. I'm giving you a warning now that I will fight for him to stay in that position. And I don't care who try to take him out, we're going to have some problems. As a councilman, Mr. Chairman, one of the things that's important to me is that people who have a job should do it. And I can't be a police officer, and I shouldn't have a gun, and I shouldn't have to have a vest. But if someone's getting paid to do the job, then they need to do that job. My job is to sit here at this table and to legislate. And I just wanted to put that statement out there, Mr. Chairman, for the record.
Okay.
And then I want to swing over to this issue here that's really important. I think that you've touched upon it. And now the next question I would ask, Mr. Chairman, to our safety director is how many people are actually working in the field to deal with the issue of illegal dumping in the city of Cleveland?
Director, Chief, whoever cares.
To the Chair, to Councilman Jones, thank you very much. We appreciate your words concerning Commander Valentino. We agree with you. He's outstanding, and that's why he was selected for that particular role, so thank you. Currently, we have, and Sergeant West can correct me if I'm wrong, we have one sergeant and I believe one detective assigned right now. But before you say that's not enough, he has been requesting to have additional officers assigned. And the other thing that is incumbent upon me as the safety directors to have conversations with Sheriff Patel to ensure that we engage him and his staff to see if he can assign a sheriff deputy to the task force. Years ago it was, and it really helped us as our investigations sometimes lead outside the city of Cleveland, and have the sheriff department there is really helpful. So I'll engage or re-engage him in conversations to have an additional detective from the sheriff department assigned to the task force.
Good, good. Councilman?
And so then how many people would that be?
To the chair, right now, there are 2 individuals assigned, 2 officers from the Cleveland Division of Police assigned to the task force.
Okay. And here's the problem, Mr. Chairman, and we've had this in vacant lots too. We cannot keep going in the route that we're going and expecting for there to be improved services and beating that same horse that apparently ain't going nowhere. Beating the same horse and not getting anywhere. So every year we have this problem. It seems that we're not having any movement. And Mr. Chairman, this is the first year that I've seen improvements from vacant lots and picking up illegal dumps in the neighborhood. And I'm very appreciative of our chief, Bonnie Tewin, and a young lady named Brenda who works in her office. And I'm appreciative of the work Director Frank Williams do. But they won't be able to keep up with consistency of illegal dumping. For an example, Mr. Chairman, on East 175th Street, last week we got a big giant dump in a vacant lot. I called Mr. Williams, he was able to get it done that same day, and 3 days later they came in illegally dumped again. And so we have all of this illegal dumping going all over the place, all everywhere. And I don't even have cameras, Mr. Chairman, up in my neighborhood. The last time I checked on the detectives was way back some time ago, and they hadn't gotten any new technologies. They did not replace the cameras at that space and time. And though we have new technology, the question is, Mr. Chairman, and this would be my suggestion to this table when we talk about reconciliation, we need to get an extra police officer, an extra body here. I don't know if that's, maybe he's not a police officer, maybe it's some extra help, I don't know if we get a civilian to assist in this proposition, but we need to look at new ways in putting more bodies at this. And though we have 2 police officers, and I guess, Mr. Chairman, to the director, can we get someone else to assist in this whole proposition?
Director, Chief.
To the chair, through the chair to Councilman Jones, and that's why we're going to re-engage the sheriff department, see if we can get a detective from the sheriff department to assist and be assigned to the task force, because it's called a task force. That also includes not only law enforcement, but other departments as well that assist us. We mentioned Director Williams and so forth. He's really instrumental in helping the Environmental Crimes Task Force and the cleanup. What we're trying to do through the Environmental Crimes Task Force and the county is to provide our detectives with technology.
I get that.
To assist, so we can put cameras up and again, frequent places that we know that folks dump on a regular basis to help us identify those individuals. What I would suggest and hope is that when these situations occur, I hope they don't, but they do, is that we get that information to an Environmental Crimes Task Force so they can respond to those areas, and through their investigative techniques, hopefully they can identify who's dumping the dumping, and then we can obviously identify them, and also not only identify them, get them prosecuted, and also get them to pay for the cleanup.
Thank you.
Yeah, what I'm saying, Mr. Chairman, and I hear what the director's saying, and I've heard this in the past by previous directors and also by previous chiefs. I get all of that stuff, right? But it doesn't mean a hill of beans if the issue is not getting resolved. So what I want to do with my precious couple of minutes I have left is to really try to assist in trying to see the change. Can we get civilians involved? Can we look at something else? Because the sheriff's department ain't did nothing in all these years. I got all this dumping. The chairman has illegal dumping. My suggestion is simple. How do we boost this little section here that has 2 police officers for the entire city of Cleveland to put more personnel in place? And you can, Mr. Chairman, even get college students to come in and volunteer. You can get internships. It's so many ways we can look at how to assist in this proposition of stopping illegal dumping. But the first thing is you have to have people who have the capacity to look at that film if you have cameras out there. And then if the police officers are spending their time doing more administrative work when they should be on the outside, out there, is a whole different ballgame. So I think that we need to reimagine how we do this. Because right now, Mr. Chairman, it's not working. So we can continue to get this $15,000 grant or $19,000 grant here and there, but it doesn't matter if it's not working.
Thank you, Councilman. Thank you very much.
comment?
Yes, you can.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. So through the chair to the council member, I hear you. And the law enforcement portion has to be done by law enforcement, but reviewing the video footage is something that our analysts can definitely take a look at. I appreciate the suggestions that you offer, and we have the technology. You know, the dumping doesn't happen in front of policemen. So we need to hear from those residents in the area where those trouble issues are, and so that we can get the cameras set up to monitor to see who's actually doing it, and we can work with our analysts to track that data.
And how many cameras do we have up in Ward 1?
As far as, so they're based on complaints. So if you have a specific area that you know that you're having a dumping issue, you can contact either your commander or the environmental crimes unit to make sure that we have something in place to monitor that.
I would like to, Mr. Chairman, work with the safety director and the chief in those areas where we're having problems.
Okay.
To put some cameras up. How much do cameras cost?
To the
Director,
chair, Councilman Jones, working with the Environmental Crimes Task Force, they have various technologies and cameras that you can put in temporarily for their investigations. If there are not cameras, city cameras in those areas, again, they have the technology to put temporary cameras up. What you're probably talking about is more permanent cameras. If they're in the neighborhoods and so forth, a little more problematic in getting permanent cameras up. However, to deal with the illegal dumping portion of it, we can put cameras out there through the Environmental Crimes Task Force to deal with those particular and specific areas.
Okay. Councilman?
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to yield for the sake of time to my colleagues.
Thank you. This is what I would ask to the administration, to the new chief. If you would send a piece of correspondence to all members of the body, asking each member to submit, if they have 10 locations where they are experiencing the greatest problem with illegal dumping. This way, then you'll know from us, based on our complaints, that these are the hot spots in our ward. Now, some might have more than 10. I'm in that 10 figure, and I'm assuming my colleague, Councilman Harrison's around that same figure, and I know exactly where they're doing it at. So if you would be so kind to do that, direct a piece of a request to all council members requesting that we submit those hotspots to you. I think again, Councilman Jones and others touch it. I think in what we've been trying to do here with this council, we are trying to definitively drill down on our problems, whether it be dumping or whatever. And we got to come up with solutions, because some of this stuff has just gone on year after year after year after year. We got to come up with solutions. So I'm going to stop right there. You know what my request is. Councilman Starr.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to my council colleague Jones for his questions. Also, welcome Chief Dorothy Todd, just from our relationship. She served over at 3rd District, and just to members of council, I think she will do a phenomenal job. I urge people to understand Commander Todd, Chief rather, when she was the commander, she was teaching me about policing. And one of the things I found myself talking to her one day, I'm like, I know I be sending you a lot of emails. It be all hours of the week. You know, are you cool? You know, not just want to make sure I have that open dialogue, because, you know, when we get stuff, residents send it to you at 2 in the morning, 4 in the morning, 9 o'clock at night, 2 p.m., and you afford it, or you'll add the commander in, and I'm like, do you need a different system? If you're off work, what would be the best policy you want me to do? And one of the things she said, Councilman, I have officers working 24/7. And when you hear that from somebody telling you, when you're trying to get an understanding, for them to say, even if I'm on vacation, even if I'm doing something, it only takes me a split second as a leader to get that over to the right department, the right division, to get that situation. So I commend the work that you have done. I look forward to working with you in this new role that I think is well deserved. Like I said, 3rd District culture is a culture that you left. And the commanders I have, and even Commander Tucker, they still understand that type of model. Let's get it done. And when you look at the data, the 3rd District is doing a wonderful job as far as policing and community policing, community engagement officers, from Officer Sutton as well as Jones, and obviously Lewis before he left. They are always in the community, whether they're doing their events themselves, collaborating with different organizations, whether they're in my meetings or in the community on anything that we reach out to them. They are very responsive, and I believe that type of leadership that you've shown and the things you've done throughout 3rd District and moving up the ranks and coming into this higher level of position, I think is going to do great for our city. So I definitely, Chair to Chief Todd, thank you, and I look forward to working with you.
Thank you.
And just one thing that I would definitely add to from this ordinance 157, I think Councilman Joe Jones narrated it intelligently as he spoke about the increase. So I know that this is only for $19,000. Do we have any funding available currently within the budget that allow us to beef this up? Say, for instance, like, I know $19,000 and from personnel, clothing, I don't think that's all the funding that is needed for this type of job. Through the chair, could anyone at the table elaborate, is this the only amount of funding we have for this program, or do we pull in other additional funding to possibly have more to complete a full-time staff?
Whoever can answer that
Yeah,
question.
through the chair to Councilman Starr, that's really a good question. The amount that you have in front of you is from the county. That's their portion of it that they're involved and investing in, and but they're also open to request for additional dollars relative to equipment. For instance, if Sergeant West requires or asks for a request additional cameras, they're really receptive and open to that. Training, they'll pay for that and so forth as long as we put the request in. So they're really receptive and open to that. And coupled with the Division of Police, the Department of Public Safety, supplying whatever needs they may need. For example, I mentioned before about the various locations throughout the city of Cleveland where we have problems with dumping. They ask for equipment to have additional cameras or temporary cameras that they can put up. We look at our budget through public safety as well as Division of Police, see if we have that, and provide them with the tools, the technology they need to be successful. So we augment the amount of money that you see here in the legislation.
Thank you. Councilman?
And, no, that was just really my main point, just get an understanding of how we can beef this task force up. I know I sent emails and get communications, whether it's 311 or rather our legal dumping team. They usually respond via email, which I think is great because it helps me keep a paper trail too, but also get an understanding of what has been done in those areas and possibly beefing up that team to be outreach and being creative. I think Councilman Joe Jones hit it on the nose. How do we get not just police officers, how do we get other individuals in law enforcement or in public safety to be helped with this type of enforcement? I know we're working on strategies and different improvements in order to beef up the amount of patrol officers that is needed in our city, but also figuring out how to be strategic. So I'm going to, obviously, through the chair, lean on Chief to help us figure this out, and I think she will be successful at this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. And on that note, too, Ms. Hartsong, would you be able to put together a list of all the funding for public safety that we receive from the county, either in grants or direct awards?
To the chair, absolutely.
I would request that through the safety director, to the chief. And this has been posed to me by some folks, and I'm going to mention it now, that at some point we want to set up an invitation for the sheriff to come over, who used to be a Cleveland police officer, deputy chief, so we could get a better understanding exactly what the sheriff's role is in the city of Cleveland as it pertains to supporting CPD policing. We know there's been ongoing discussion within the county council with regard to there's opposition to the sheriff's department policing in the downtown area. Well, last time I looked, I pay county taxes. All of us around this table pay county taxes, and I keep asking myself, from that perspective, what are we getting out of that aspect, the Cuyahoga County Sheriff's Office? We're going to ask, and I'll coordinate that with you folks for the sheriff, or if I need with the county executive to get the sheriff over here, so he can explain to us exactly what their role is. We know we know they run the jail. That's a given, but we see in other counties the sheriffs in those cities patrolling and helping, and so I'd like to know better. And dumping, what my colleagues just indicated, dumping is a major problem, and maybe we could get some additional help out of the sheriff's office. Councilwoman Gray.
Thank you, Chair. First, I want to say congratulations to you both.
Thank you.
I believe you guys are going to be an awesome team. So I just want to echo my colleagues on that. Just glad to see you both in the positions. So congratulations again. But also I want to echo with my colleague Joe Jones on our commander that we have in 4th District. He has filled the shoes of Commander Brown and doing a fantastic job. He has already helped with Luke Easton Park with the music, the loud noise nuisance. He had already set up meetings with the merchants on Buckeye with the situation that we'd had with a losing anchor of Huntington Bank, to set up a meeting with both councils, 6 and 4, to talk with the merchants to see how we can come up with a solution of the activity. And anything that you email Commander Valentino on, he gets back in a matter of 20 minutes. And as far as I know, the constituents that have emailed me with issues, I email him, and he set up a crew like Commander Brown did. I appreciated Commander Brown, not saying what the other councils had their own personal opinions on it, but he's there. He's there, and he has shown up and have taken care of a lot of things immediately that some of the constituents have seen. So I just want to say congratulations to all of you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
But
Thank you.
Moving on, Chair, to my first question is, even though this is with the Cuyahoga County Solid Waste District, that's going to be supporting this crime task force, are you going to be partnered with Commissioner Pruitt with his waste team? Because the manager, John Campbell, deals with illegal dumping. And I already know that they have they have at least 2 surveillance cameras in Ward 4, if not 3. And that has helped considerably of illegal dumping per se. I don't know the procedure, how they go about identifying these people that dump this illegal dumping, but I know I have seen at least 2 surveillance big orange signs in Ward 4. Like I said, if 3. So will you be partnering with the Commissioner Pruitt and his waste department?
Whoever can answer that.
To the chair, Sergeant West obviously can speak specifically to the individuals that he worked with, but yes, again, it's a task force, so we work with all entities, primarily with the City of Cleveland, and we work with the Waste Division as well, and public service, to help us for investigation as well as cleanup. So yes, they're intimately involved with working with all the various departments within the city of Cleveland.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Council Lady?
And, let me see, I have just one more question. I only had two. Okay, as well as Chair to Director, I know Commissioner Ponder took Commissioner Tony Scott's position when he worked under Director Frank Williams. Will she be involved with the task force as well?
Director?
To the chair, the council member, I'm not quite sure specifically, but it's important to understand that we in the Division of Police, Department of Public Safety, as well as Sergeant West, we work with all entities within the Division of Police, as well as the City of Cleveland and the various departments. So specifically her, I'm not quite sure, but we work with everyone to help us solve this issue with legal dumping.
Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you. And one last question, Chair, to Sergeant West. By you being the lead sergeant over this task force per se, can you talk in detail of the procedure of how you will be capturing these illegal dumpers in the community? Have you set up agenda yet?
Sergeant, can you explain?
If that's a good question.
Follow up and just to expand upon it. When you identify and you make an arrest, is there any seizure?
Yes.
Thank
You, Chair.
Through the chair to councilperson. So if there is we can identify like a vehicle was used
Right.
as a criminal tool, yes, we will seize that vehicle.
Good, okay.
When we identify, if we, get a complaint about a dumping site, we reach out to our real-time crimes. If we don't have any video of the incident itself, or we have any kind of eyewitness or anything that can give us any kind of description, we work with the real-time crimes unit as far as tracking down any kind of cameras that would have captured this, and that's how we build our case against this person. And we then will present it to our grand jury for
Okay.
charges. So.
Thank you, Council Lady.
Yes, one more last question again, since you answered that. How will the constituents, will be able to reach out to your department instead of working through the constituents if they want to call you directly, Chair to Sergeant West?
Sergeant?
Chair to councilperson, the ideal thing would be if somebody sees a dumping going on, is to call the 911 or call the non-emergency line to get somebody out there immediately. We investigate the incidents. Sometimes we're not always able to get out right away and to do an investigation. So the best thing with them to be is to reach out to the non-emergency line or,
Thank you.
911 if they don't know that.
Thank you.
And or 311, which is the dumping line. And so that's the proper best way to do it.
All
Council
right.
Lady?
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Sergeant, if you would supply, send us all an email, members of council, your contact information, so we all have that. And then, again, I'm not going to disseminate it out to the world, but I think all members of council should have that. So when we have specific concerns or hotspots, we can get those to you. Because to my colleagues, we have to be realistic. With only one officer and Sergeant West working this, you're not going to have that on-the-spot response unless you go through police radio with the hope that someone's nearby to get over there quickly. So, Councilman Slife.
Thank you, and I will pick up where Councilman Gray left off. Seems for about 10 years now, illegal dumping has been a focus of the Environmental Crimes Task Force. I believe that there's a point in time where illegal dumping, we're always told if you are reporting it, 664 dump, if you're seeing it, call 911, and that it was a priority call. My first question is illegal dumping still a priority call through the 911 system?
Whoever can answer that.
Through the chair to the council member, yes, it is.
Okay, so I think it's important that we as council underscore to our residents, if you see it happening, call 911.
So through the chair to the council member, that's an active crime. So when you have a suspect on scene, anything with a suspect on scene always will have the higher priority response.
Sure, and thank you for underscoring that. I think that there's, I think, been on the job long enough that there's enough anecdotal evidence that people are wary of calling 911. They are worried that they're misusing it. They believe that unless it's a violent crime in action, that it's diverting limited resources towards something that's nonviolent. So I think it's important to underscore that this is a violent crime. It is a felony. It is something people need to call in for and take seriously. I know we don't typically use like Crime Stoppers and things like that outside of violent crimes, but perhaps we need to be thinking, since the city's incurring costs to have to clean this up very often, if we should be further incentivizing people to understand why they should be calling. Because I agree that probably people see it happening and don't call for whatever reason there is. Through the chair, as Councilman Polensek started off, to public safety, the perception, I suppose, is that despite this kind of decade-long effort, that the problem's intractable. We're not seeing, a movement in the positive direction of seeing less illegal dumping, greater enforcement. Can you first speak to kind of your perception of the trend analysis? Are we seeing fewer cases of illegal dumping from your perspective, from the sergeant's perspective?
Whoever can comment.
To the chair, through Councilman's life, we'll have to do a really deep dive relative to the question just asked. Sergeant West probably can, since he's been there a couple years, probably answer some of the questions, whether or not he's seen more cases relative to last year or the last couple years.
Sergeant.
Through the chair to the councilman, there has been a slight drop as far as reported cases over the past 2 years. So whether that's, is there less dumping, or is it less people calling these in? And again, it's a situation we've talked about it before. It's like if you see something, you got to say something.
Right.
We can't be everywhere. Like our chief said, like they're not going to dump in front of the police. So it's imperative. A lot of times the citizens are our biggest asset as far as if they get any kind of pictures or any kind of witness statements or anything so that's the most important. And we
Thank you.
follow up on every complaint that we receive. We follow up with them.
Councilman.
I'll come back because I do have a follow-up question on that specific point. Do you know off the top of your head how many cases were referred for prosecution last year for illegal dumping?
Sergeant.
Through the chair to the councilman. Last year we had 15 misdemeanor complaints sent through, and then we had 6 felony that was referred through the grand jury.
Can you distinguish between the misdemeanor complaint and the felony?
Through the chair to the council. So the misdemeanor complaint would be a citation, a ticket. Generally what we try to do is if we identify an offender, we will reach out to them if we can make a positive ID on them. We'll reach out if it doesn't rise to a level of a felony, a major dump, tires, stuff like that. If it's just a small thing that they've done, we make arrangements where they clean it up and they provide us with a receipt that they properly disposed of it, and then we issue a citation to them, a ticket that they would pay.
Okay, so am I correct in assuming then that the 5 misdemeanor complaints, how many did those all lead to citations?
The 15 misdemeanors?
15, I'm sorry.
Yes, those are all citations.
Okay, and do you, for the 6 felonies that were referred, I know that's maybe a better question for the law department, how were those successfully prosecuted, do we know?
Through the chair to the councilman. There's been, for one for sure, there was a 5th district one that a pretty major case that we had that was convicted of it. So, and he had to pay restitution and everything. As far as once we submit our information, submit the case to the grand jury, then we'll kind of wait on them to then when we have any kind of hearing on that. So.
Okay. To the chair, I think it'd be useful to get from the law department an update on their prosecutions particularly the 5 that seem to be outstanding. I'll wrap it up with one final question. You had said, the sergeant had said, see something, say something. I think there's a feeling that seeing something and saying something is a bit futile because we've been told and explained that unless police officers personally witness the crime taking place, it's difficult to prosecute. And former Councilwoman Donna Brady actually had an anecdote where she basically had, like, she could have been a great detective. She had, license plates and like pictures of all the items and all these things, and it still wasn't enough, she was told, for the Division of Police to build the case to successfully refer it for prosecution, that they had to witness it firsthand, which is obviously difficult. It's a needle in a haystack. To that end, I'm interested in understanding more about that limitation and obstacle, and especially if there are limitations in our own law that are making it difficult for you to accept evidence and as credible evidence that could lead towards prosecution.
Thank you. Who wants to comment on that?
Well, to the chair, to Councilman's life, that's a really good question, but I think it's important that we still stress to our community members, and I'm sure you will as well, to continue to call, see something, call, because if they don't, then we don't have the opportunity to come out, or the Environmental Crimes Task Force or patrol officer to come out, at least start the initial investigation, or hopefully get there in enough time to actually apprehend the person or persons that are dumping, and then we'll have to follow up to our Environmental Crimes Task Force. We encourage our residents to continue to call if they can obtain as much information as possible, whether a license plate, they're using a vehicle to dump, that would be ideal. Most everyone that I know have phones, and on the phones are the ability to take pictures and video and so forth. With that helps us to build a case, as you mentioned, through the Environmental Crimes Task Force. Having that information will help us. Yes, the law states that you have to witness misdemeanor offenses and so forth, but however, we can build cases based on evidence that's collected at the scene of these particular incidents. So we encourage our community, our members in our communities, if they see something, please give us a call. If you can obtain information such as license plates, videos, pictures, we encourage you to do that, but do that in a way that you're not jeopardizing yourself and your safety.
Okay. Thank you. Councilman?
Thank you. And I agree, it's still important to see something, say something. But to kind of sum up your answer, it's not that there's limitations. Is there a legal fix that would allow for a misdemeanor charge without a police officer personally witnessing it, or is that, I'm sorry if it's a silly question, but.
No, it is, I'm sorry. It's not
No,
a
go
silly
ahead.
question. It really isn't. We have the ability as well to have misdemeanor complaint forms that our officers all have. And for example, there may be an assault that we did not witness, but yet we're called to the scene, or officers are called to the scene. They didn't witness it. We get the accounts from both the victim or the alleged victim, alleged suspects, based on the information. We have them fill out a complaint form, and based on that, they're swearing to it. Then that information is taken to the prosecutor's office.
Thank you.
Through the chair, can I also add a little bit? So just because the officer did not witness the crime doesn't mean they cannot gather the information. You're talking about making an arrest. So they can't make an arrest on that misdemeanor based on somebody else's statement. That doesn't mean a report cannot be generated, or there can't be an investigation, follow-up, and potential prosecution. Okay. So having that information, having that video footage, when our officers do come out to collect that, they make that part of their case file that goes forward.
Okay.
Okay.
Councilman.
Thank you. And, I asked the question because I never quite understood if I called the police and alleged that my neighbor and I got into an argument and hit each other, that was not witnessed by the police, but I know that there are many of the interpersonal cases that come forward are not personally witnessed. So I never understood quite how illegal dumping was what would be separate or considered separately from any multitude of cases where a crime occurs, a crime is alleged, but a police officer did not personally witness it.
So through the chair of the council member, that's about making an arrest or issuing a citation. That doesn't mean a report cannot be completed.
Okay.
So if you're mere witnessing it doesn't mean that a report cannot be completed. You just can't make an arrest on that misdemeanor charge.
Okay. Thank you,
Thank you.
Councilman.
I'm done.
Thank you. Okay, we've made 3 requests. You're going to get us the information for all members of the council, your contact information, email, phone numbers, et cetera. We've asked that the chief and the safety director look at the existing illegal dumping laws. If there's any tweaks, things that we need to do, this is going to be your first request to the council as the new chief. Because again, the problem is not going away. We know it's a big problem, and then we always run the risk of somebody dumping some hazardous waste. That's the other side of that equation, something that's going to cost substantial funds to clean up. And then to Dawn, all the grants and awards from the county, we'd like to see that, what we're receiving from Cuyahoga County, and fall under the category of public safety related things, okay?
May I do that?
Yes.
Could I add, going back 5 years, year by year, number of misdemeanor complaints, number of felony referrals?
Yep, there we go. And then in the whole broad thing, I think when you can make an arrest and win a prosecution, I think that whole issue of confiscation of the city going after vehicles, people start losing their pickup trucks and their dump trucks. You send a message. That message is, I get caught dumping, I'm going to have a problem on my hands, especially if they have a car payment or truck payment. They're going to have a problem on their hands if there's a confiscation of that vehicle. So I can't stress enough how critical that is, that we go after people's their vehicles, because that's this stuff isn't coming out of the trunks of cars. I can tell you that right now. This is coming off a truck. So again, without further, yes, Councilman.
One more. May we have a map of the hot spots? I don't know if that's something. The one I'm specifically interested in is, I worry that our own rules at the transfer station encourage illegal dumping because someone has a mattress, they borrowed a truck, it's commercial plated, but they're just borrowing a truck. They can't take it to Ridge Road, so they just throw it somewhere. And what do we need to do as a city to maybe make this issue less problematic for ourselves?
Okay, that's a very valid point. So I would ask you to look at that as well. Any suggestions, recommendations, when you need to contact, be in dialogue with Commissioner Pruitt in Waste Collection. Without further ado, ordinance number 157-2024 is approved as read. Please sign that up. Okay. Let's get going on some of this stuff here. We've got some presentations. 158, ordinance 158-2024 by council members Polensek and Griffin by departmental request, an emergency ordinance authorizing the Director of Public Safety to apply for and accept a grant from the United States Department of Homeland Security for fiscal year 22 Fire Prevention and Safety Grant Program, and authorizing the purchase by one or more contracts of smoke CO detectors, including installation and installation tools. Came to us on February 5th for the first time, approved by Director of Public Safety, approved by Director of Finance. There is no legal objection. Grant award amount, I believe, is $77,619.04. Director, whoever want to comment on this one.
Yeah, good morning, Chair, and to the other council members. I have my team for the fire division will introduce themselves, and I'll read
Yes.
the legislation.
And please pull the mic in front of you so we all know who you are.
Assistant Chief John Coughlin, Executive Officer.
Okay,
Assistant Chief Brad Engelhardt, Chief of Staff.
thank you. Okay, who wants to comment?
To the chair and other council members, if approved by council, ordinance number 158-2024 would authorize the Director of Public Safety to apply for and accept a grant in the amount of $77,619.04 from the United States Department of Homeland Security for the fiscal year 22 Fire Prevention and Safety Grant. It includes a cash match of $3,880.96. This legislation would provide funding for the purchase and installation of smoke and carbon monoxide detectors, supplies, and informational materials for residents of the City of Cleveland for the Division of Fire. This grant would provide funding for the purchase and installation of smoke and carbon monoxide detectors, supplies, information materials for the residents of the City of Cleveland. And this is the budget. Proposed budget is supplies is $71,500. That's for the smoke detectors and CO detectors and installation tools. $10,000 for printing, door hangers, advertising, and for a total council of $81,500. The grant award amount is $77,619.04 and includes a grant match of $3,880.96 for a total of $81,500. The grant period is September 12th, 2023 to September 11th, 2025.
Okay, so we're kicking in $3,800 and we're getting $77,000, is that correct?
That's correct.
Good deal. Those kind of deals we like. Okay, so who would care to comment? Go ahead.
Chair, what would you like to know? It's a great deal.
Okay. This is what you're going to provide to us.
Okay.
How many smoke detectors did you install last year?
Chair, I don't have those numbers with me.
Okay, so now you're learning the process here. So when you come to the table, you're going to know next time, you're going to be able to tell us, and you're going to supply to us how many smoke detectors were installed by the Division of Fire last year in the city of Cleveland. Okay?
Chair, all the ones we installed last year were through the Red Cross, which we purchased 0.
Yeah,
This-
but you installed. We used our personnel to install, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so you're going to tell us how many smoke detectors you installed, and I appreciate that partnership with the Red Cross. As Councilman Conwell and myself and other members have been talking, we believe it's paid dividends. Countless times it's paid dividends on getting families out of homes. The biggest problem, as we know, is that families, unfortunately, don't replace the batteries, which is a big issue. Or for some reason, the landlord does not pay attention, especially in rental property, to the COD, to the smoke detectors. But the other component is that we also know the importance of CO detectors. So we were told that that fire had not installed any CO detectors. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so with this initiative, do we know, are we purchasing the CO detectors? So that's what I'm trying to find out here. Are we going to purchase CO detectors?
Chair,
Tell-
that is part of the grant, that 1,000 of them are smoke, and then 1,000 of them are CO and smoke detectors.
Okay, I think that's very important because especially with families, issues with furnaces, older homes, I want to make sure that we embark upon a smoke detector program. I'm going to ask the question, what does the CO detector or the combined units, what do they cost? Do you know?
Chair, the smoke detector costs around $24, and the combined costs $46.
Okay. So I'm going to ask in writing that be provided to us, because I'm going to try to figure out with my colleagues how we can identify some additional funds to put into that. I want to make sure that people are protected, especially people with children in this city are protected. Carbon monoxide is a killer. And I want to make sure that we're going to do everything we can to protect families in this city. So if you could provide that, then we'll talk among ourselves, talk to the council president. And I would say this to Dawn, is there any outside foundations that we could seek additional funding for this?
To the chair, yes, there are some foundations that we've applied for funding for. They're usually smaller amounts.
Okay.
Firehouse Subs
Okay.
provides like $5,000.
Okay.
But yeah, we'll definitely keep an eye out for anything else.
But like Cleveland Foundation, Gun Fund, is there any possibilities there? Okay, I would ask you respectfully if we could do that. To my colleagues, this is very important. Again, I want to thank the Division of Fire for installing the smoke detectors and now CO detectors. The first time we'll be doing that, and it's something that the council has wanted for some time. So these are ongoing partnerships. It's about public safety. I want to make sure our families are protected in this town. So questions of the committee. Councilman Jones, you'll be the first batter up.
Mr. Chairman, can you put me on the back end?
Okay, who else has any questions at all on this? Because we're going to move, don't forget, we got presentations. Any other? Councilman Starr.
Are they gonna? No, as far as to the chair, question I would just ask is, when we collude these properties, as far as inspections, do that include public housing estates too?
So, no, well, this is not inspection. This is installation of smoke detectors
So,
and CO detectors.
so I'm talking about, do they include that in public
Okay,
housing too?
so would this include like CMHA units?
To the chair, no. They are
Does
supposed to
not.
have their own program to have smoke detectors installed.
And to the chair, what is the responsibility of or enforcement through the administration of public safety to ensure that?
Chair, the enforcement, it is a misdemeanor violation not to have a smoke detector or a CO detector. It's already in our books, but that is through building and housing.
Okay.
So I'm having a meeting, I believe, at the end of the month, and I'd like to work in some ideas that I have on violating people, letting the fire department violate people. And
This is the meeting that we're...
that is correct.
I've asked for a meeting because Councilman Starr has raised these concerns, issue with regard to apartment buildings, and I know I've had the same concerns, and the councilman and I have been dialoguing. What action the Division of Fire takes? So you go, let's take it a step further. You go into an apartment building, you go into CMHA, and they don't have a smoke detector, or it's not functioning. You don't cite?
That is correct.
Then what do you do?
We contact CMHA and let them know. These are usually detectors that are all combined together in the
Right.
apartments. So us installing a single detector, it's just not cost effective.
But if you don't cite, do you make a referral to?
That is correct. We contact CMHA and let them know that this apartment does not have.
But what about, you don't make a referral to building and housing?
Currently, no.
See, I think that's, I'm going to say this to the director, I think that is a missing link here. Because if they're notifying the landlord, and maybe in the case of CMHA, you would have more of a responsible landlord, but then we know there are landlords in this city that are not responsible, and unless there's a referral to building and housing or some follow-up, it's not going to get done. Councilman.
Yes, and those are just my concerns. Like you brought up, just making sure we have that accountability, because even if something is passed as a law, if the enforcement doesn't matter or doesn't hold others accountable, they're going to become repeated offenders. So, you know, if you're able to do some things or change some policies and work together with building and housing, obviously their inspectors and things like that, I think it can be a full circle of a great opportunity to be able to hold everybody accountable.
Okay, and so again, I think we need to close that loop. I know because Councilman Starr has been very concerned about the multifamily units. We all have them. I have 7 high-rises, and I'm greatly concerned about what's going on. Okay.
Yeah, to the chair,
Yeah.
we'll make sure we'll close that loop.
Okay. Thank you, Councilwoman Gray.
Thank you, Chair. I just have one major question. A lot of the constituents, when they call in, they don't know what procedure, who they're supposed to call to get a detector and a CO.
Good question.
So I let them know that they have to call United Way first. Is that still the procedure? Because I have gotten a couple in my home over the years, because you got to get a new one every year, per se. Is it every year or every 3 years?
Who do you call?
Chair, who you call?
Chair of the councilperson, Red Cross. is
It's
one-
Red Cross.
That's
I'm
who we
sorry, Red
forward everything
Cross.
through Red Cross, yes.
Okay, well, thank you, it's Red Cross,
Okay.
correct. But a lot of the constituents don't know to call Red Cross. They don't know that the fire department can utilize that and get it free from the fire department. So I had quite a few calls all last year consistently. So that information needs to be put out. I can put it in my newsletter, but however, that needs to be put out through your department, so the constituents know how to process and get that in their homes.
So if you would supply, the council lady raised a good question, if you would supply us that contact information, because we all have newsletters, and maybe I would even ask of you through the PR department to put together a little article that we could all put in our newsletters.
We do have a smoke detector hotline.
But an article that we can put in our newsletters that this is, if you need a smoke detector, a CO detector, this is who you call. And so that would be very helpful. Again, we're here to be partners, and we want to help, but we want to better educate our citizens as well as to how they get the smoke detector, the CO detector program is very important, and I congratulate all involved. Council lady? Thank you. Councilman Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To the fire department, thank you for the work that you do and the service you provide for our citizens. A lot of times when we're out there and we have emergencies, you guys always beat EMS, and sometimes I get into meetings with EMS and I'm talking to them. I'm says, why is it always the fire department's always beating you first at the site location? And of course, they gave me the corporate response, and so I took the corporate response. But I just appreciate the fact that you guys you show up, you get there, you're on time. And it's a peace of mind for a lot of the citizens of the city of Cleveland. We appreciate the fact that we know that this service will be here for us, and we're thankful for the work that you do. As it relates to the smoke detectors, I had an opportunity with one of our senior citizens who came by our home, and she talked about the installation of the smoke detectors that you put in the home, and I just thought that was really good to hear good, positive feedback from constituents in Ward 1. So keep up the great job that you're doing. And then offhand, do you have a number for me now that I can send to my citizens to call to get?
Okay, what would the number be?
It's in my phone.
Okay.
I'll get the number.
If you could provide that to all members. we'd
And then
appreciate
I'm going to give you my cell phone. You can text it to me, too.
Okay, well,
it's
Okay.
216-355-0017. That's my cell, 216-355-0017.
So to all the citizens in Ward 1 who want to turn in complaints, remember that number, okay?
As soon as you get it to me, I'm going to make haste with putting it out there on the wire. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Okay. Again, we've heard our request. You can let us know how many were installed in 2023 smoke detectors, and then again the contact information for the CO, and then Dawn, if we can take a look at where we can try to attract additional funds to expand the CO program would be very helpful to all of us. So thank you again. Without objection, ordinance number 158-2024 is approved as read. Please sign it up. Ordinance number 159-2024 by council members Polensek and Griffin by departmental request, an emergency ordinance authorizing the Director of Public Safety to apply for and accept a grant from the Ohio Office of Criminal Justice Services for fiscal year 2023 State Burn Memorial Justice Assistant Grant to provide funding for the operation of the Cartel, Gang, Narcotics, and Laundering Task Force, and authorizing agreements with various entities to implement the grant. First reading was February 5th. Approved by Director of Public Safety. It's been approved by Director of Finance. There is no legal objection to the legislation as presented to us. The grant amount is $142,374.70. I do not see any match in here from the city. Who would care to comment?
Thank you, Chair. We have Commander Kincaid that came to the table. He's going to answer specific questions.
Okay.
If approved by council, ordinance number 159-2024 would authorize the Director of Public Safety to apply for and accept a grant in the amount of $142,374.70 from the Ohio Office of Criminal Justice Services for the fiscal year 23 State Burn Memorial Grant. This legislation will provide funding for the operation of the Cartel, Gang, Narcotics Laundering Task Force, Signal, for the Division of Police. The goal of the Ohio Office of Criminal Justice Services Justice Assistant Grant is to provide funding to law enforcement agencies for operating multi-agency task forces. The City of Cleveland will will be reimbursed for costs associated with operating the Division of Police Cartel Gang Narcotics Laundering Task Force, Signal. Signal is a multi-agency drug task force that brings together state, federal, and local agents and investigators to ensure the most sophisticated investigation and prosecution resources are directed against organized drug trafficking groups. The task force partners are the Division of Police, Federal Bureau of Investigation, U.S. Attorney's Office, Northern District of Ohio, Internal Revenue Services, U.S. Customs and Border Patrol, Ohio Bureau of Criminal Investigation, and on and on. There are several more.
Okay.
The expenses for the grant, it's broken down by personnel, $29,784.80. That's police officer overtime. Contracts, $22,000.
That's on a laptop, is it not?
It should be.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, the personnel, again, is now contracts, $22,167.30. That's for police officer overtime for partner agencies. Travel, $5,120. That's travel related to cases and training. Equipment, that's $32,000. That's undercover vehicles. Confidential funds, that's $47,802.60 by money surveillance cost. Supplies, $500 for office supplies. And other costs, that's $5,000 for telephone and vehicle maintenance for a total of $142,374.70. The grant period is from this year, January 1st, 2024, to the end of the year, December 31st, 2024. We have received this grant annually since 2005, and there is no local match.
Okay. Who's actually in charge of the unit?
To the chair, Commander Kincaid can get into the more specifics and details of the Signal unit.
Through the chair to the council, good morning. Good to see everyone again. I'm currently the interim commander of the Bureau of Special Services, which includes SWAT, narcotics, gang unit, and all of our task forces. Prior to this appointment, I was the lieutenant assigned as the commander of the Signal Task Force, so I am still currently involved in the daily operations.
Okay, so you would be the point person for this whole task force?
Through the chair to the council, that's correct.
Okay, and did they work out of the city location? I know when I met with them in the past, I met over in the U.S. Marshal's office. Where do you guys assemble? What's the?
Through the chair to the council, we operate out of the Strike Force building.
Okay, okay. Do you have any numbers as it pertains to last year, arrest, confiscation of narcotics, et cetera, et cetera? Do you have any figures?
Through the chair to the council, yes. 2023 stats for the Signal Task Force include 107 search warrants conducted, 102 firearms seized, 33.66 pounds of cocaine were seized, 76.66 pounds of fentanyl powder was seized, 10,341 fentanyl pills were recovered, 3,531 pounds of marijuana was recovered, 230.3 pounds of methamphetamine, crystal methamphetamine was recovered, and $2,658,519 in drug trafficking currency and proceeds.
How much was that again, the confiscation?
$2,658,519 in currency and proceeds of drug trafficking.
Okay, so the funds that we apprehend, how are they divided?
Through the chair to the council, seizures are divided based off of an equal share amongst the participating agencies on the task force. 20%, generally depending on which entity is prosecuting, be that federal or state, 20% off the top goes to the government, and then that 80% is distributed amongst the task force agencies.
Am I surprised they get their cut? No. Okay.
Absolutely. If it is taken as a treasury case through money laundering, they take 30%.
Oh, that's nice of them. The funds that then we, do you know how much we actually got last year in the city of Cleveland?
I do not know that. What happens, sir, is these cases get tied up in the system forever.
Okay.
So this you might not see $1 of this for 3 years, depending
Okay.
on when it's resolved.
I was just, so I'm going to make the request to the director and the chief. When we do receive the funds, if you can tell us, let's say for 2023, I'm not going to ask you to spend, a great deal of your time trying to determine. But when we do receive funds, where do those funds go? Do they go right into the general fund, or can they come back to the Division of Police for special projects and initiatives? That's what I'd like to know.
Through the chair to the council, legally, these funds have to go into the Law Enforcement Trust Fund.
So they would come back to the, okay.
Through the chair, that's correct.
Okay, good. Well, that's what I want to make sure. So, and then I'm going to open up for questions. So give me a snapshot in time. Is the actual drug problem, because this legislation is pertaining to gangs, cartels, laundering, et cetera, is the problem getting bigger? Is it stabilized? We know we never had a problem years ago with fentanyl. Now it's pouring into the country. We see it not just here in the city of Cleveland, but across the country, coming across the Mexican border, U.S.-Mexican border. So give us a snapshot, if you can, where we are in 2024 in the city of Cleveland.
Through the chair to the council, drug trafficking, the drug market, it's a multi-pronged problem. It's a supply and demand. The United States has a huge demand, and the cartels will continue to increase their supply. We have been extremely successful in interdicting and identifying the networks, national networks and regional networks that are organized and supplying the narcotics that eventually trickle down to the street level. But what I can tell you, what's concerning to me is prices for quantity levels of narcotics have significantly decreased lately. However,
So
our seizures have
educate
increased.
us on that point. When you say decreased, so that means that there's more coming in. It's all based on supply and demand.
Through the chair to the council, what I can say is that you would never, 10 years ago, be able to buy a kilo of cocaine anywhere in this region for less than $28,000 to $30,000. Based on the volume that is available now, if you have the right connections directly with the right network, you could find a kilo of cocaine for $15,000. I've never seen or heard of it being that cheap before.
So, which is not good. Which is not good at all, because that means there's more of it on the street, more of it being distributed, and more people's lives being destroyed and families being destroyed by it. So, okay, any other numbers or figures you can give us? How many people, Chief and Director, and Commander? Is it Commander? What's the best?
Through the chair of the council, correct.
Yep. How many people do we have applied, do CPD have assigned to this?
Through the chair to the council, Cleveland has 1 lieutenant, 1 sergeant, and 5 investigators assigned to this task force.
Okay, and that's it. They work this exclusively,
Through the
correct?
chair to the council, yes, but this task force is a force multiplier for the entire division,
No.
including recently the Environmental Crimes Unit. We've helped them with
Yeah,
things.
I understand that. Okay, is there anything else you can tell us or we should be aware of? And again, I'm going to ask this question repeatedly as we have in the past. If there's anything in the existing legislation or laws that you don't believe is adequate or working, you got to tell us what it is. Because we're not in the street like you are. We're not making the apprehension. We're not confiscating the narcotics and the drugs as you are. If there's something within the codified ordinances that you think, well, wait a minute, this needs to be tweaked, or this needs to be improved upon, then you need to tell us what that is. Because I'm for doing whatever I have to. I've seen so many families destroyed and individuals' lives destroyed. And it makes me sick to my stomach, quite frankly. And you've touched on it, supply and demand, and I don't understand why there's such demand in this country for narcotics. I could never figure it out. I could never figure it out. When I was going to Tri-C years ago, and I'd sit there, and then it was Scoville Avenue, now Cuyahoga Community College Avenue, and I'd sit there during break, and I'd watch these idiots these kids, most of them from the suburbs, just walking across the street into the projects to buy drugs. And it was just like a parade across the street. I could never figure this. I said, what is the attraction here? What is it? I could never figure it out. But obviously, we've got a problem, and so I'm going to stop right there. Councilman Jones, I'm Vice Chair, and then who else wants to be on this one? Any questions? Councilman Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think the Commander of Special, I presume that's the title, Commander of Special, what's the title?
Through the
What's your
Chair of
name?
the Council, Bureau of Special Services.
And what's your name, Mr. Chairman, to the distinguished gentleman?
Commander.
Through the Chair of the Council, Kevin Kincaid.
Mr. Chairman, to Mr. Kincaid, you had a number of stats that you presented. Can we have that information made available to us so we can see that information?
Okay,
And
we'll
do
make
you-
that request.
And do you have that, Mr. Chairman, that information of progress for the last 4 or 5 years? Because I presume, Mr. Chairman, we've been sitting here at the table, and each year this grant comes in, and we have approved it, but we don't have that information I'm requesting. Can we receive that, Mr. Chairman, to Mr. Kincaid?
We will make that, and staff is hearing that request as well. Whatever data you can supply to us would be very helpful.
Through the chair, we'll take care of that.
Thank
As a
you.
matter of fact, I have with me now. I thought it was sent to you. If it wasn't, I apologize. I'll make sure you get that today.
Okay.
And then also, Mr. Chairman, I'm of the same mindset as you are on this. Also, another request of information with the testimony that Mr. Kincaid had earlier. He stated that sometimes it takes 2 to 3 years for those funds to be distributed to the various different task force partners. What does that look like for us in terms of the resources that we receive? So, for an example, Mr. Chairman, there was $2 million, I presume, that in this last year of productivity, you stated that the task force partners is all broken down. Does Cleveland get anything special, a little bit more, as being I would presume in this case, the presiding administrating system that helps to distribute the resources? Is that correct?
Okay.
Through the Chair to the Council, the task force is commanded by a Cleveland Police Lieutenant and a supervisory special agent from the FBI. The breakdown, the equal share, can be adjusted based on cases as necessary. However, the reality is bringing together our partners, if we were to take a much larger share, that's less of an incentive for our partners to be on the task force. But yes, in certain instances, the Division of Police would receive a larger share than the other agencies based on the amount of people we have participating.
Thank you.
I see.
Councilman.
And so, Mr. Chairman, is there a breakdown of what has come into, and I presume this is the Police Trust Fund, is that the proper term?
To the chair, to the councilman, it's a law enforcement trust fund.
The Law Enforcement Trust Fund. So in the Law Enforcement Trust Fund, how much money do we have in there, Mr. Chairman, to the chief?
Could somebody answer that?
To the chair, Councilman Jones, we'll get that information for you.
Do we have a preliminary estimate? Don't have to be exact.
To the chair, I do not. I don't want to give you some
Yeah.
figures I'm not sure about,
Yeah.
but we can get that information for you.
Okay.
Okay.
So
Wait a minute. I want to make sure staff has heard that request. Have you heard that? Okay, fine. Thank you.
now, I'm the mindset that, if you're out there doing what you do and you're making our streets safer, that those funds that do come in the trust fund, that they're spent in law enforcement. So the funds that do come in here, how do we, Mr. Chairman, to the chief, operate that trust fund?
Chief and Safety Director.
To the chair, through the chair, to Councilman Jones, the law enforcement trust fund is for the furtherance of law enforcement, for
What again?
furtherance of law enforcement. What we do is Well, it depends on the request that comes in from the various units within the Division of Police. That money can be used for equipment, training, and other things, again, for the furtherance of law enforcement. So it just depends on what the request is for.
And Mr.
But
Chairman,
all has to do with law enforcement.
Thank you.
and Mr. Chairman, is it, to the chief, is the trust fund a part of our budget books?
Chief, Director?
To the chair, that's something I have to check on. I believe it is, because it is money that's coming into the city of Cleveland. Again, but it's strictly for law enforcement purposes, but it is dollars that's coming to the city of Cleveland. It goes directly to the Division of Police, but it is administered by the city.
So we'll make that request as well. Thank you. Councilman?
So, Mr. Chairman, would like to get a historical perspective, and that maybe, at the will of the chair, maybe we can have some discussions about it, or just get the information on how the trust fund has been used over the last several years, and how those funds have been spent, because we don't know how much we got in there. Is that correct?
They wouldn't have that number right in front of them.
So it would be good, Mr. Chairman, to explore that opportunity.
Okay.
And, one of the issues is making sure that our police officers have the tools they need, that, we had the sergeant here that was earlier on the task force, and I didn't want to ask him the question because I didn't want to put him on the hot seat in terms of what are the tools you need to have to make your department safe, and not safe, but in terms of providing services for illegal dumping. Because I see all his bosses here, and if he came out and told me the truth, the bosses might not be happy. And so I've worked in corporate America for quite some time and understand the pecking order of things. And so, but for me, is if we have resources where we shouldn't be holding on to them, we should be putting them into the field. They should be providing services for our citizens. And I've heard about this trust fund, but every time I ask the question about how much money is in there, whether it is from the previous administration until what we're talking about now, no one seems to know what that is. So having that information, Mr. Chairman, will be very helpful. The funds that have been seized here, the $2 million, for those men and women who work really hard in this task force for Cleveland, I feel that they should get some bonuses. Now, that's how I feel. I'm not the administration. I don't administrate, like you say, and I don't hire. But I would think that money should be folded back over into the department. Okay. It should strengthen our foundation,
Well,
it should help us to provide better services for our citizens.
It has to come back by law, as we've been told. So
Right.
we'll make that request. If the administration can provide that to us, if it can provide going back, let's say, 5 years of what we received into that fund, and then if you can provide to us a generalized breakdown of the things that you can use it for. Which would be very helpful for us to get a better understanding. Because there are two funds. You have the Chief's Fund and then this fund. Are there any others that are outstanding?
To the chair, we have, to your point, we have the Chiefs Fund and we
Right.
have the Law Enforcement Trust Fund.
Okay.
And the dollars in the Law Enforcement Trust Fund, as well as the Chiefs Fund, is used, again, to provide equipment
Yes.
and
Okay.
resources and training necessary
Okay.
for a successful prosecution of individuals in our investigations as well. We utilize those dollars for those particular reasons.
Thank you.
And Mr. Chairman, I just want to, in closing here, I don't want to hold the floor. I know my colleagues got questions as well. But I want to thank Mr. Kevin Kincaid and the police department, the chief and of the police department, the safety director, for the work that you have done here with the task force, working with the various different partners throughout the county to seize drugs and illegal activities that are happening in the greater regional area. So I don't want people who are listening here on this to get this misconstrued. This is not just the city of Cleveland, that there are your other partners in Bedford, Moreland Hills, Brooklyn, North Royalton, Independence, Shaker Heights, and I believe the
18.
Ottawa County.
18.
Yes. So what is it called again, Mr. Chairman?
It's a task force, and it's 18 respective communities and agencies and cities, so it's quite a very diverse group.
I don't want the listeners who are listening to this to misconstrue this as just a Cleveland. This is you've seized over $2 million worth of drugs in Cleveland. So I just want to make sure that's there. And I just want to thank you. And if Mr. Kincaid has anything to add, I'm ears.
Do you have
I
anything else?
appreciate the work you do.
We have other members.
Through the chair to the council, briefly, I do appreciate that, and I do need to highlight that it is 100% the relationships that we have with our partners and the unique partners, particularly on this task force, that allow us access to, everybody brings something special to the table on this task force that we wouldn't have access to otherwise, and it benefits the entire city and region, these investigations.
Thank you. Thank you. Councilman Starr, you had a question? Comment? Anyone?
No, my point is, as we receive that 5-year breakdown through the chair, can we also include expenditures that possibly has been taken, as well as a report to be able to understand how they've spent that money?
Right.
And
Good
all the way
point.
down to us to understand what the
Thank you.
remaining balance is.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Slife.
Thank you, Commander Kincaid. It's good to see you again. I got a little deja vu because I was like, I thought we just did this piece of legislation, but went back. It seems that there's 3 similar grants.
Yeah, we have.
All from the Ohio Department of Criminal Justice Services. So my question through the chair to Ms. Hartsong is, per my rough math, about 3 grants in total, $324,000 supporting this unit. Is there a nuance between the different grants, or this just seems very duplicative and inefficient for the state of Ohio to have 3 separate grant programs for the
To
same
the chair,
thing?
there are some differences. One of the grants, for instance, is specifically related to illegal drugs, like to overdoses, and it's funding specifically from the overdose money that the state of Ohio has received from the lawsuits.
Okay.
So they come from different federal sources, and one of the grants is particularly from traffic tickets, money that comes to the state from traffic tickets. They then dole it out to these task forces, so they are for some slight different purposes.
Okay, my concern, and this is a critique of the state, not of any of you, is that this comparable work, maybe some slight nuance, this seems like an administrative burden when it would be easier to kind of get the lump sum and be able to focus on the work instead of focus on the paperwork. Going back through each of the previous executive summaries, it does seem that the bulk of these grants has been for the overtime. Is it the case that the regular time is paid out of the general fund and then this is covering overtime, or is there something there for us to understand?
Director, Chief.
To the chair, you're exactly right, Councilman Slife. It's the regular salaries are covered by the general fund, and the overtime is paid through this grant.
Okay, so through the chair, are there opportunities to receive grant funding for regular time and overtime, or are the grants available exclusively for overtime? Not because I don't want to shift, but if there are additional grants out there that we would be able to fund more of this through outside dollars and maybe take a little bit of pressure off the general fund for other police needs, is that something we could explore?
Through the chair, in general, some of this money comes from the federal government to the state and then to us. We cannot pay for something that we're already paying for. Basically, it would be supplanting. So since we already have officers budgeted, we can't get additional grant funding to pay for those same expenses. So that's why we use it for overtime, because you usually can't use federal funding unless you are adding additional officers above and beyond what has already been budgeted for.
Okay.
Okay,
Thank you.
and just thinking out loud, the risk of doing that would be that there'd be no guarantee of continuity should the grant funding not be renewed. Okay. My final question is just when we are planning for the budget and planning for those 7 positions, and are we planning in anticipation of receiving these grant dollars year over year since we have been, or are we planning as if we would not receive them to be a little more conservative? And does this essentially almost receiving each grant is a kind of a de facto budget amendment because there's a new reality, new money?
Whoever can answer that.
Through the chair to the council, I would, as far as how that's budgeted, I'm not aware of that, but I just want to bring it to the council's attention that it's very rare by the time this grant gets processed, it's very likely it's only going to be 48,000 or 50,000. We are not going to see, we never see what we actually request. So therefore, it would be nearly impossible to budget based on grants because it changes every year based on the funding availability, task forces applying, how much you actually get. So we always request the maximum. However, we never receive what we actually request in these.
So wait a minute. So we're not going to get the 77,000?
Through the chair of the council, in my experience historically, we will not see 142,000
142, excuse me.
from this. Dawn might have further information about that, but that's generally how
why-
it goes.
So on that point, why wouldn't we get it?
Through the chair, it depends on the amount of funding that the state has available to dole out and how many task forces apply for the funding throughout the state of Ohio. They give
Okay.
us as much as they can. So again, we ask for the maximum amount possible, but it's rare that we receive as much as we ask for.
Okay, so what you're telling us then, that we don't have $142,000 sitting in an account somewhere, is that what you're telling us?
Through the chair, that's correct.
Okay, okay.
Go
Well,
ahead,
wait a
quickly.
minute. Okay, what's
Mr.
your
Chairman,
point?
what did we get last year on the grant amount?
Okay, we'll ask that. You know what we...
Through the chair of the council, I don't have that number in front of me, but I believe it was 58,000.
Okay, we'll request that. Okay, Councilman Slave?
Okay, I'll just close by cynically saying that our government in Columbus that purports to like small government seems to have duplicative grant programs, and instead of fully funding the needs that they know exist in the state, they continue to send on a $1 billion plus rainy day fund.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Built on the backs of cities.
Well, again, I would ask of the administration, we have an official piece of legislation here in front. We're voting on it for $142,000. So if it's bait and switch, I would hope that somehow the administration would communicate to whoever that we would expect to get the $142,000. That's what we got, a piece of legislation right here we're going to be voting on. It says 142,000. It doesn't say 50, it doesn't say 55, it says $142,000. So again, I would hope that you would, that someone would aggressively pursue to those wonderful people in Columbus and get our money, because we need it. We need it for law enforcement in our town to help our CPD officers, et cetera. So without objection.
On that point,
Yeah.
when the grant is received, understanding that you all do not have control over what the state determines the grant award to be, could we get notification of what that amount is? And if it's a percentage of $142,000, it would be useful to be able to take that figure to our state delegation and be able to
Yeah.
advocate towards them. Thank you.
Very good point. And then the other point is that, and we've talked about this internally, I'm not even clear who the city has in Columbus. We have a lobbyist in Columbus. I'm not even clear who that is, the city. But it's things like this that we should be talking to that lobbyist on, to be advocating on behalf of the city. We're paying us for a service. And the question is, if we're not getting what we're asking for, then we need to find out why. So I'm going to leave it at that point. Without objection, ordinance number 159-2024 is approved as read. Please sign it up. Our last piece of legislation, and then we're going to go into the presentations. Thank you, Commander Kincaid. Ordinance number 165-2024 by council members Polensek and Griffin by departmental request, an emergency ordinance authorizing the Director of Public Safety to apply for and accept a grant from the United States Department of Homeland Security for fiscal year 22 assistance to firefighters grant, and authorizing the director to employ one or more professional consultants to conduct cancer and behavioral health screenings and medical and fitness evaluations and expanding health and cancer screenings. It came to us, first time reading was February 5th, approved by Director of Public Safety, approved by Director of Finance, no legal objection by law. Our commitment to this, I understand, is $81,240.45. The total grant amount is $812,404.47. Director and fire staff, command staff, tell us what this is. for the viewing public.
To the chair, other council members, if passed by council, ordinance number 165-2024 would authorize the Director of Public Safety to apply for and accept a grant in the amount of $812,404.47 from the United States Department of Homeland Security for fiscal year 22 assistance to firefighters grant, and includes a cash match of $81,240.45. This legislation would provide funding for cancer health screenings for the Division of Fire. This grant will provide funding for cancer screening, behavioral health screenings, and medical and fitness evaluations for the Division of Fire personnel. The budget contractual is $893,644.92, and again, that's for cancer, behavioral health, and medical fitness screenings, for a total of $893,644.92. The grant award amount is $812,404.47, and includes a grant match of $81,240.45 for a total project budget of $893,644.92. The grant period is from June 1st of 2023 to May 31st of 2025.
Okay. Command Staff Fire, tell us about this.
Chair to the director, this is it's through the Cleveland Clinic. It's a two-prong approach, and they're confident it's going to be throughout like a model program for fire departments across the United States. So the one prong is going to be physical exams and cardiac health assessment, including cancer screenings, every kind of cancer, and then behavioral health assessment.
Okay.
And we're expecting maybe a 90% participation within the division. They're going to make it work out for us that the cost would be extreme for the entire division, but they're going to bring it down for us just because they're trying to make this something to try across the country.
Okay.
They're also going to do a benefit risk analysis after the end of it to see the cost savings that occurred through this, where, say, you're catching a cancer at months and months early. So they're going to do a cost-benefit analysis on that for us. And the second part is going to be a fitness testing done through Cleveland State. And they're going to do two tests for us, one at the beginning, doing body composition, strength, endurance. And then over the course of the year, we'll have private tutoring and different exercises and different programs they're going to put on for us. And then a test at the end of the year to gauge the effectiveness of the program.
Okay. Any comment?
No, cancer is very prevalent in the fire service. I believe it's 3 times the general population. Up to 68% of firefighters end up with cancer throughout the course of their life. Last time we did it, 6 years ago, we had about 200 abnormal screenings for different targeted areas. So it's.
And as a result of that,
Yeah.
those 200, do we know who actually was diagnosed with cancer?
I do have a PDF of the last screening, and I can send it to you. It's a detailed breakdown.
We would like
analysis.
that.
Okay.
I've been following this. I understand with the firefighters 9/11, there was an abnormally high number of firefighters in New York who came down with respiratory, long-term respiratory problems and cancers as a result of what they inhaled. But my question is this, and you gentlemen, how long have you been on the force?
26 years.
26 years?
27.
27. Everything we've been asked to do, and I want to say this, as I've said at an event on Monday, I believe we have one of the best fire departments in the country, maybe the best fire department in the country. And I appreciate the command staff coming out to Memorial School on Monday morning for their annual Fire Safety Day, which is celebrated there because at that location was the largest loss of life in the history of the country in an elementary school. 171 kids and teachers and rescuers perished that day at then Lakeview School, now called the historic Collinwood School Fire. So I appreciate the command staff and all the firefighters that were there on Monday to talk to the kids about smoke detectors and all that good stuff. But everything we've been asked for in the council, whether it be respirators, whether it be all this breathing apparatus and everything, are we supplying the best equipment? Because if you're going into a fire wearing this devices, how are these firefighters coming down with this stuff? How are they? Because we're providing all the breathing equipment, we're providing the protective gear. What type of cancers are they coming down with? That's what I'm trying to understand better here in Cleveland versus what I saw in New York and read about in New York. Whoever can answer that.
It's all types. It's kidney, liver, testicular, bladder,
Yeah.
prostate. I
Okay.
believe it's to the prevalence of plastics in modern day
Okay.
homes, the furnitures. The smoke is much more toxic than it's ever been.
So even with the breathing apparatus we have, you're still inhaling?
Chair, not necessarily inhaling, it's a lot through absorption, which we're only finding out now, and this is a nationwide, it's always been a problem. But now we're finding out it's more of an absorption problem
Through the skin?
through the skin. Yeah, so in the past, you would wear your hood into a fire, and then later you would just put your hood back on. And not realizing, now we know, we didn't know back then, that it absorbed all these toxic chemicals, and then you're just putting it in, your neck is very thin where the skin is, and we're absorbing through there. So it's an absorption problem as well. It's not just breathing.
So what do you do with the hoods? Are you washing them, or what do you do with them?
Now we have 2 hoods, and then we rotate them and wash them every single time.
Okay. So you are, again, because that's for us to educate us, because I want to make sure that we are supplying the best apparatus and equipment we possibly can. I mean, that's something that to me, there is no debate on that point. I mean, I came in this body and we had fire trucks that were junk, and we had terrible equipment, and I was part of a group that we were determined that we were going to change that dynamic and that trajectory, and we did it. So I just want to make sure that what we're doing here, so this is testing what's before us, this grant, and I want to make sure, as it pertains, that if there's anything else that we can apply for safety equipment, that we need to be doing that. I want to just make sure we have the best equipment possible. So, any other comments?
No, sir.
So every firefighter will be tested.
Yes.
Okay.
We cannot force them to, but they will have the ability, every single firefighter will have the ability to be tested.
That's what I need to know. We need to protect our men and women who are in the Division of Fire. Yes. Because we have become very dependent on fire, as Councilman Jones has elaborated, and others. They are our major first responder at this point in this city, and we've got to make sure that not just them, but all EMS goes into fire conditions as well. Are we making sure that they have the proper apparatus as well? Breathing apparatus if need be? EMS personnel? EMS are going into fire conditions as well after the fact. Do they have the proper breathing apparatus?
To the chair, I'm unaware of EMS going into fires.
Don't when they go in to extract? Who extracts if there's a fatality in a fire? You do?
Yeah.
Okay, so you'll do
they
that
don't go in.
extraction. They don't go in at
No.
all? Okay, that's what I need to know. Okay, questions of the committee? Councilman Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think that your line of questioning was certainly a part of where I want to start as relates to the uniforms, the helmets. Can you elaborate when you say clean or wash? What do you actually do to take the chemicals that come from the fires out of these suits? You know, it's been long, at least for the last several years, the discussion on the national stage about firefighters entering into these toxic situations and how they are anywhere between 5 to 9 times greater to get cancer. Can you talk about how you sterilize that?
Yes, yeah, it's
Go ahead.
to the chair. Yes, it's a learning process, and now we have extractors that we use that are specially designed to clean our turnout gear, and we have 2 sets of everything. So once you go into a fire, then you go and wash everything else out, and then bring the new set in. So you're always having fresh gear. And that is a grant that I also put in for through Bureau of Workers' Compensation, was to get 2 new free extractors. So we are trying to always looking for every kind of grant we can or any kind of funds we can.
Do they test it to make sure that the chemicals are out? Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry, the distinguished gentleman, what's your name?
I'm Assistant Chief Engelhardt.
I'm sorry, what's your name?
Engelhardt.
Engelhardt.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, to Mr. Engelhardt.
Yeah, we don't necessarily test it every time the gear comes out, but it's all been vetted that it's the correct extraction equipment, and that's done on a basis just we know exactly the kind of equipment we're buying,
Okay.
so that we know that they do testing on the equipment through like the NFPA and different International Association of Firefighters.
And Mr. Chairman, I have no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? This is very important for our men and women in the Division of Fire. Without objection, ordinance number 165-2024 is approved as read. Please sign up. Okay, presentation times. We have asked for a presentation on ShotSpotter. We have asked for a presentation on the safety and security cameras, and then a brief update from the chief and the safety director as it pertains to their summer enforcement plan for the Division of Police. So whoever wants to come to the table and start this process.
Thank you, Chair.
Yes.
Come to the table with me is Chief Todd, as well as Acting Deputy Chief Shalat. He is currently assisting Chief Todd in the Chief's office. He was the commander in the 1st District and exceptional, talented individual we have here. So he will lead the presentation relative to the ShotSpotter presentation, and then we'll transition from there into the camera.
Good. So go ahead. Okay.
Good afternoon, Chair, through the council.
Yeah.
The information gathered is for the year of 2024.
Just wait a minute. Madam Clerk, I would ask you to make an announcement because there are some other members in the council offices who might want to hear the ShotSpotter presentation if you announce that. Thank you very much. Proceed. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Through the chair, the numbers you're going to see are based upon January 1st through March 1st, 2024. ShotSpotter was first implemented in a limited area in November of 2020.
Okay.
So far, Cleveland 4th District's ShotSpotter alerts, they have 1,055 with rounds fired, 4,569. This is the largest area we have inside the city of Cleveland. So therefore, it's collecting more data, more alerts, more shots fired. ShotSpotter alerts going down. The 5th District had 534, 2nd District had 231, 3rd District had 152, and the 1st District had 84. For a grand total of ShotSpotter alerts in the year 2024, 2,056 in all of the areas combined.
Okay, just additional information to council members who might not be aware of this. We had originally were in 3 square miles of the city, which I refer to, for the sake of discussion, the Buckeye Road neighborhood.
Yes, sir.
Then that was expanded to the 13 square miles we're presently in, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir. These are the areas that are covered through the hotspot mapping.
It's on your computer. They were passed out, might be in your box. Okay, go ahead.
This is just an overview of the areas that are covered in each district.
Yes.
With the neighborhoods. The 1st and 2nd districts areas really combined and butt up against each other. Hours of the day.
So wait a minute. So on the areas that you have, the administration, CPD has picked, you you determine those neighborhoods based on what?
The areas were determined on crime statistics and hotspot mapping, the higher crime areas for violent crimes in each district collectively.
Okay, thank you.
Throughout the city, this next slide is hours of the day and how many shots were fired during that hour of the day as a whole. And underneath, city as a whole, the day that it occurred on.
Yeah.
When we see Sunday, it kind of raises a flag, like Sunday's kind of a weird day, but when you think of Saturday going past midnight into Sunday,
Yes.
and the spike of midnight, 1 a.m., 2 a.m., that's where a lot of the Sunday numbers are coming from.
And
Okay,
before Jared goes further, just to kind of break down the two, especially the top portion of it,
Yeah.
just for clarification purposes, the bottom numbers, not the bottom slide, the day of the week, but hours of the week, the bottom numbers are the actual hours of the day from 1 all the way to 2300 being 11 o'clock, and then the numbers on the left are actually the alerts, just for clarification purposes for those watching.
okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Next, we have those hours and days broken down by each district. As we go through, you're going to see that the trend is that midnight, 1 a.m., 2 a.m., spike in numbers, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. The weekends are a little bit busier when it comes to the shots fired calls. So the first is the first district here.
Okay. Now, is the entire 4th district covered by ShotSpotter?
The entire 4th district, no.
Okay, that's what I needed to know. Okay,
So
big call.
the way it works though, sir, Chairman, is we can get alerts outside of the
Yes.
guaranteed area. We have
Okay.
to request them depending on the
Yes.
circumstances.
Okay,
They will
thank you.
provide them.
Thank you.
So going on to the second district, again, you see that spike Saturday night going into Sunday,
Yes.
midnight, 1 a.m. The third district, you see the spike essentially Saturday nights going from 2200, which is 10 p.m., going all the way up until 2 a.m.
Okay. Yes, sir. Yes, use your microphone, Councilman, so people can hear you.
When we're looking at these numbers right now, the very top numbers, what does that represent? For an example, at the top it says 0, 1 through 23. Is that 15, that's 15 hours, and at the bottom, is that 14 incidents, or is that, what does that represent?
Through chair to council.
Yes.
The top number, the 15, the 0 is midnight, going 1 a.m. all the way up to 2300, which is 11 p.m. And the number at the top is the numbers that of ShotSpotter alerts that occurred within that hour period.
Okay. Thank you.
And is it the same, Mr. Chairman, for the bottom half of Sunday, Monday through Saturday, meaning 14 incidents or 14 shots spotted?
Through chair to council, yes, sir.
Thank you. Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Through the chair to council, this is the 4th district. Once again, there's a larger coverage area in the 4th district. We're seeing around 7 p.m., the shots start increasing and stay steady until about the 2 a.m., drop it off into 3 a.m. And the middle of the week, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday are the busiest days in the 4th district.
That's kind of interesting.
And then getting into the 5th district, we see it slowly increased from 7 p.m. with the heightened, same as the other,
Yeah.
most of the others, the midnight 1 a.m. Bar crowd letting out on Thursday, Friday, Saturday. This is showing the trend from 2022 to 2023. As you can see, in 2023, May of 2023, each of these columns is a month. So going into 2023 in May, starting in April, but really going into May is when we went live with all of the districts. So that's why you see this abrupt increase. It went from one district, one area, to multiple areas. So far, yes,
Just
sir.
on that,
Yes, sir.
are you able to break that down again by district, that historical chart?
Yes, sir. Through the chair, yes, sir. We can break it down further. The slides I showed before broke it down, but I could have it graphed in a way that where
Yeah,
it mirrors
I'd like to
this.
see that comparison from 2022 to 2023 for all, wherever the shot spotter was. And then, obviously, it expanded last year. Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
Collectively, from November of 2022 until present, we have an estimated 37 lives saved from rapid response by officers getting shot spotter alerts and rendering life-saving first aid. This is life-saving first aid. This isn't just first aid. We've rendered more first aid, but it wasn't necessarily considered life-saving.
Okay.
And this is the stats showing the top is our agency. The last 3 years, the red line is 2022. Incident per square mile per week. So it's going up starting in January, going through 2023. You see the blue line, and then right in May, you start seeing it increase. That's when we had the additional shot spotter installation throughout the expansion.
Okay.
And then you see it start trending down to where we actually get below the 2022 numbers when that was only one district.
Yes.
And then as you see the green line for 2024, we're still trending down lower than we were in 2023. So the calls for shots fired through ShotSpotter are actually going down. We're trending down, so less gun violence. And then on the bottom, you see the black line is Cleveland Police, the blue line is State of Ohio, the green line is the United States. And these are comparative to ShotSpotter statistics from the other agencies.
So then tell us what that means.
So collectively, Cleveland Police, we are getting more alerts than any other agency as an average in the state of Ohio and as an average in the United States.
Okay. Okay. What did we spend? What did ShotSpotter cost us in 2023?
Through the chair, sir, I can get the exact number, but roughly, I would say $500,000 for the expansion was approved. I would have to go back and look prior to my taking over as the ShotSpotter coordinator, and I have to get that exact number.
I'd like that exact number for 2023, 2022. ShotSpotter went into effect again when?
November of 2022, sir.
Okay, so I want what we spent each year going back on ShotSpotter. How many personnel do we have? Do we have people assigned to ShotSpotter within CPD?
To the chair, we do not have anyone assigned, although Acting Deputy Chief Shalat administers, and he's our point person for ShotSpotter.
Okay.
And then also to the chair, each district has a representative who gathers the data for the commanders that can print the reports. They have the capability to look and gather the information for the commander to evaluate and assign.
Okay. So are all of the ShotSpotter indicators, detectors, are they all up at this point in the expanded area?
Through the chair, sir, they are all up. Yes, sir.
Okay. And are they all operational?
Through the chair, sir, as of right now, the last we looked, they're all operational. It is technology, so at times they go down for updates and various reasons, but for the most part, the majority stay up, and they're always up.
So when a unit goes down, how are you notified?
Sir, there's multiple sensors, there's multiple areas, so if one does go down, it's picked up by the other sensors in the area.
Okay.
So the deficiency is very minimal.
And to the chair, if I can
Yes,
jump
yes,
in as
Director.
well. We do not repair those. That's by the company themselves. They're responsible for
Right.
the sensors. But as Acting Deputy Chief Shaw just said, if one sensor goes down, the other ones pick the
Okay.
sounds up.
So the company we have contracted with, which is ShotSpotter, they are responsible to maintain the detectors. Is that the proper determination? You call them detectors? What do you?
To the chair, to Councilman, that's right. It's
Okay.
shot detection technology.
So the shot detection technology, wherever those are placed throughout the city, they maintain them. If one goes down, you notify them. And how long does it take to get that repaired?
To the chair, to council members, again, they monitor those. It's their responsibility. Once they go down, they know them, so it's their obligation, their responsibility to
did
ensure
it-
those are put back
Okay,
up.
but is there a notification to us that a unit's down, a unit's been hit, a car hit the pole that it's on? I mean, what's the notification?
Through the chair, yes, they email me within a minute or two
Okay.
of it going down. And if there's expected outages due to software updates or what have you, they do send alerts
Okay.
with enough time for us to understand what's going on.
Okay. So what I'm trying to understand, because I've had people call me who've expressed their opinion. I've gotten a couple emails on the subject, nothing what I would call major or outstanding. And the question is, again, it's been posed to me, is the system worth the amount of money that we are paying for it? Is it showing, are we receiving the benefits that we were originally told, the council was told that we would derive from this system? That's my first question. And at this point, what is the position and thoughts of the director and the new chief as it pertains? Because I believe, and I don't have our attorneys here, I believe there was a sunset clause in ShotSpotter in the legislation. So I would ask again through our staff to confirm that sunset clause, because when we passed this, it wasn't, nobody at this table, including myself, said, well, this will just be an indefinite thing, that we were going to ask questions, we were going to analyze the data, and we might be requesting some additional information on ShotSpotter. But at the end of the day, I guess what you're saying based on your graphing that you provided to us, that there are actually more shots being fired in the city of Cleveland than in the past. Is that correct?
Through the chair, the shots are actually going down.
The actual number of people firing guns is going down
ShotSpotter alerts is trending down.
in those neighborhoods that you have the system in.
Yes, sir.
Okay. See, I would argue just the opposite based on my interaction. But again, ShotSpotter's not in my neighborhood. ShotSpotter is not. It's only in a limited area of the 5th District, because again, we've all been told that it was placed in those areas that supposedly had the highest incidence of discharges of firearms, and where residents were not calling the police. We're not reporting the discharge of firearms. I'm fortunate. I have a very aggressive neighborhood, and people call. I know that for a fact, because they call me as well to indicate that they've heard shots fired. See, I would argue with the bunch that's in Columbus that passed this law, where you can discharge a firearm in your property. And it's legal. I think they lost their minds in Columbus, okay? Because I just had a call from a resident, in fact, yesterday, off of London Road, who just could not understand why these characters near him just stand out there and shoot these guns, but they're on their property. And when they call the police and the police arrives telling them there's nothing they can do because the wonderful human beings in Columbus passed this law where you can discharge a firearm on your property. But, and I've said this, you know, I own firearms, I own multiple firearms. It's one thing to be shooting into the ground, another thing to be shooting up in the air, because those bullets are going somewhere. They're coming down on somebody's home, somebody's car, somebody's head, somebody's pet, somebody's kid. They're coming down somewhere. I can't even conceive, and again, I'm supporting of the Second Amendment. I can't even believe that they would be that stupid in Columbus, but then again, I could point to a whole lot of other things, like House Bill 6 and some other things, that they would be so dumb and unconcerning to us in an urban environment that they would allow someone to discharge a firearm. Because I've asked our own staff to see if there's something that we can do with that law, and I'm told we can't because of state statute. So you're telling me that those complaints are going down, and I have just the opposite reaction based on calls into my office, that more and more people are just standing out there shooting these frickin' guns like it's 4th of July. So can somebody explain to me why there is?
So if you, with the ShotSpotter, that's an investigative tool. It's a tool that our officers use. So with that, areas that are currently covered, you may see that downward trend because you'll see that as with anything, the community becomes aware of where the technology exists.
Right.
So as we continue with ShotSpotter, we look to evaluate it, make sure it's working, make sure it's something that the Division of Police needs and is beneficial to the community and to our members to perform their job. What he was saying with the trends going down, so we do have a higher than average to the United States with the gunfire calls.
Right.
But, we're hoping, in these particular areas that it is going down, the alerts aren't as often.
Okay. So to you, Chief, and to you, Director, I want to say this to my colleagues, I had an opportunity to meet with the Director and the Chief yesterday for the first time collectively in their new capacity. And my comment was to them is this. We would all love to hear good news at this table. But if it's bad news or indifferent news, as long as it's the straight news and honest news, I can deal with it and my colleagues can deal with it because I believe in transparency. I totally believe in transparency here at City Hall. So what I want to ask of both of you, and again, it's about being transparent and it's about being honest. And we don't ask anyone to take, we don't swear you in at this table, so you're not under oath. So I want to hear from, do you believe ShotSpotter is working?
So to the chair, in the reports that I look at and the complete investigations, it is a part of our investigative package, so I would say yes at this time. We'll continue to evaluate it, and if it becomes something that there's better technology that exists or it's not being used, then we would look at it again. But when we look at the whole picture of these investigations that our analysts do, this is part of that investigation, the information that comes from these alerts.
So you support ShotSpotter?
I do support ShotSpotter.
Director?
To the chair, I also support ShotSpotter for various reasons. Some that Chief Todd just articulated, I concur with her. It's an investigative tool that we're utilizing, the members of the Division of Police and the patrol section, as well as detectives and so forth.
Okay.
And, also, really important, all the things that Chief Todd stated, coupled with the 37 lives that the Division of Police members alone, just the Division of Police members alone, have saved the lives of 37 people. And also to Acting Deputy Chief Shalat's point, this is lives saved. They also administered first aid to other people as well because they responded rapidly based on the ShotSpotter alert, gunshot technology alert. They responded there and administered first aid. But for me, 37 lives saved in this time period, I think, is tremendous. And for me, that alone is worth the investment.
So you are able to document those 37?
To the chair, that's correct.
Okay. So I'm going to stop right there because we do have two folks in attendance in the audience who want to make public comment, but I want to obviously ask my colleagues for their comments. And I would ask, because there are there is citizens here who want to comment, I would ask you to restrict your time and your restriction and your questions to 10 minutes so we could get everybody answered and hopefully get the citizens in here to make comment as well. So Councilman Jones, you're up first.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Looking at this here is really troubling to me, and it's something that I've been talking about since day one. And I'm going to start out by my observations. A lot of times in the past when I've requested in the previous administration, in addition to up to now, is for more police support in my neighborhood. And I've argued, Mr. Chairman, about the crime and how even when we look at these numbers that are presented before us right now in these slides, the 4th District issues are 17 times more shots fired versus District 1. 7 times more shots are fired in the 4th District than in District 3. 5 times greater the shots and fired rounds compared to District 2, and 8 times greater in terms of shots being fired in District 5. And I said here, Mr. Chairman, at that last meeting, I asked the chief at the time, the director at the time, how many wards, and that was then Safety Director Howard, how many wards did the 4th District cover? And he didn't know. And I told him it was 6 neighborhoods. And so, Mr. Chairman, I think the lines are not drawn fairly. And we need to look at how we redraw these lines in these districts. And now the question would be, Mr. Chairman, to our new safety director or chief or whoever can answer this question, how many neighborhoods does District 1, 2, 3, and 4 cover? How many communities? How many wards?
So through the chair to the council member, I can tell you District 3 has 7. That has the highest number of neighborhoods in all of the 5 police districts. The alerts that you identified here, you have to also take into consideration that the 4th District has the highest coverage of ShotSpotter. They had an expansion that was added to have more coverage. So you're going to have a higher amount of the neighborhoods that are covered in District 4 than as compared to all the other 5 districts.
And what I want to say, Mr. Chairman, is not just, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate that to the chief, but it's the crime stats and statistics too. So this just helps to bear it out. And even though it's a smaller pool here that you're getting in that area, it just shows you just how bad it is. It gives you a snapshot on what we're dealing with on a daily basis. And so what can we do to change that? And I'm going to say this, Mr. Chairman, because we're both fans of having more police officers on board. I'm for more police officers. I don't know, why we can't get more police officers in the 4th District. I know those numbers are down. Have we improved those numbers, Mr. Chairman, to the chief?
Chief and Director.
To the chair, to Councilman Jones, we're in the process now, as you know, to seat an academy class, hopefully end of this month, would realize this, I believe, a really good number of qualified candidates that will hit the streets later this year in the fall. So we're really excited about that through the Mayor's Rise initiative. Through our evaluation of the 12-hour shift, we believe that the numbers of officers, not only in the 4th District, but also the other districts, is adequate at this particular time to answer the calls for service, plus coupled with the support from the specialized units in the respective districts, as well as downtown, to provide each of the neighborhoods with sufficient of officers to, again, handle the calls for service and also be proactive.
Thank you. Councilman?
And Mr. Chairman, the first district, how many wards cover in the first district?
Can somebody answer that?
Sure.
Whoever they can.
Through the chair to the council, 6.
6 wards, so they're kind of like evenly drawn in those areas? I mean, do we know how that looks for, can we get, Mr. Chairman, let's make it easy. Can you, Mr. Chairman, give me a map out of the various different districts and how many citizens are covered in those districts? Give me a better understanding how that's drawn up, and if that means I need to come and sit down with you so that you can kind of like break it down a little bit more in detail, because we don't have the time here. I would love to take a deeper dive on that, because when I look at your maps that you got here presenting to us today, I don't even see the first district on it. So all I see is the hot shots you got, so why don't we see the first district?
Yeah, to the chair, to Councilman, I want to make sure we understand your question. When you're referencing the various districts and the areas, are you talking about the wards that cover each of the districts, or are you talking about the areas that we have shot spotter, gunshot detection in?
We're talking, Mr. Chairman, about the wards with the districts in them. So we're very specific. We know that ShotSpotter only covers a certain amount of territory. But right now, the crime is, and when we look at the crime in the 4th district, it's 2 times and 3 times and 4 times more crime happening in the 4th district than the 1st district. And when we look at these numbers that you presented to us here today, it's 17 times more shots being fired in the 4th district than in the 1st district.
So through the chair to the council member, if you look at the map that's provided for the shot spotter, there's a small portion of the 1st district representative, and that's part of the Cadell neighborhood and the Detroit Shoreway. The Detroit Shoreway neighborhood is part of District 1 and District 2. So that technology is set up to capture the data from both of those 2 districts.
I see that. So it would be nice to also, Mr. Chairman, I would like to go to your ShotSpotter location and then really sit down and see how it works. Spend a half a day with you, so I'd like to set that up. You know, I've lobbied for this program to be in the communities and the neighborhoods at large. I would like to see how it's operating and how that works. I know that the previous commander of the 4th District no longer works for the city of Cleveland, but now he's a salesman or some high executive over at ShotSpotter. So I want to see how this program works. Is it technically working for us in our neighborhood? Is it a tool that is really assisting us? We have 37 people here that you have in your presentation that you saved lives. Can I ask where that breakdown is? Is it of those 37 people?
Director or chief, whoever can, do you have it broken down by district or your zones for ShotSpotter zones?
Through the chair to the councilman, I can get that breakdown for you, sir.
Okay, thank you. We'll make that request officially.
And Mr. Chairman, you know, I'm sitting here talking to my colleague, and, you know, of course, we don't agree with, you know, always being at the top of the list. And, you know, we just like to see more happening in terms of getting and lowering crime. We have the technology that's in place. We know where the crime is happening. And I would just like to see, Mr. Chairman, some more assertiveness and more greater priority in trying to squash some of these hot areas that we know year in and year out there's an issue there. And it does a disservice, Mr. Chairman, for someone like, as elected officials as we are, to not be able to get or have a clue on how to handle what appears to be out of control crime in some areas. And so getting that in control helps us to be able to market our neighborhoods. So with that being said, I am still a supporter of the ShotSpotter program. I'd like to take the opportunity and get a tour if we can make that available soon, and then have a breakdown of those various different maps so I can understand the populations that are covered. How many people are in populations from districts 1 through 5, and get a better idea. Because, you know, at the end of the day, I like to look like 1st District. I like to have my crime just as low in those areas, and I haven't seen it in my lifetime.
Okay, thank you, Councilman Jones. So there was a couple requests made that we receive a new map with the ward overlays and also reflecting where the shot spotter system is in effect. So again, ward overlays where the shot spotter system is in effect. I think one of the challenges that we're confronted with here is if the entire city was covered by shot spotter, then you'd have a much better indication as to where the real hot spots are. Because again, as I said earlier, my ward is not covered by it. Even the section that I have in East Glenville is not covered with it. But I get calls out of there all the time, out of East Glenville, about people shooting. And, you know, and it's not covered by shot spotters. So again, I hope the data that you're utilizing to implement your quote-unquote zones is being analyzed constantly, you know, because nothing stays static. Things change. Because I can remember, you know, based on my time here, as I've said to Councilman Jones on numerous occasions, when I came into council, Lee Harvard, Mount Pleasant was like the suburbs.
It sure was.
It was like these suburbs, and believe me when I tell you that, it was these suburbs. And as he's indicated, and other people, there's been a major change in that community over the years. So I hope as you look at your data, there has to be, obviously, alterations. There has to be changes. The issue also, the request, as it pertains to the district, some district lines have changed over the years. I know the 5th district line, old 6th, 5th district lines have changed. Are those things that you are looking at? Do those lines, do they make sense in 2024, the district lines? Do the population numbers in those districts, obviously they've changed. So again, I think it's like with anything. You either adapt, you become mobile, and utilize data more efficiently, or we get caught in the same old rut. So we've had several questions posed to you, and we'll continue that. So I also have, because I have everybody's on this list here, Councilman Slife.
Mr. Chairman, real quick,
Yeah.
how much money are we paying into the program? Did we increase it from what we approved? Is there more money going into it now?
No, we went from 3 square miles to 13 square miles, and with that was an increase.
So now,
And-
are we going to cover this throughout the whole city, Mr. Chairman?
No, this is still only 13 square
But
miles.
are we going to do that, though?
No, we're not hearing that from them. We're
Okay.
not hearing that from Councilman Slife.
Thank you. I have a number of questions,
Yeah, go
so
ahead.
we'll try to keep it tight. Could you scroll back to the 4th district slide with the data? Just because that's the one that I was running numbers off of. My understanding is basically this is, you said, DC Schlott from January 1 to through February, correct?
Through the chair of the council, yes.
Okay, so 621 shots total over 60 days amounts to about 10.2 shots a day. Can you just speculate on how what this would look like if it, instead of 2 months in the winter, it was 2 months in the summer? What would these numbers look like?
Sir, through the chair, we can forecast looking back at the yearly. I thought I had it, forgive me, I thought I had the yearly slide. This would be, sir, through the chair, through the council, 2022, 4th district, and then we increased to every district, and we increased the 4th district. So in all of 2023, that projections like this with shots trending downward, we would project that there are going to be lower shots fired incidents collected by Shot Spotter in this summer.
Okay, 144 July. All right. Gonna betray my lack of firearm knowledge here. Are we counting events or are we counting rounds in these data?
So through the chair to the council member, if you look on the side there, it reflects exactly that.
The rounds,
The number of
okay.
alerts and the number of rounds.
And a round is just an individual.
One individual
One
gunshot.
individual firing. All right.
And wait a minute, just on point, you can determine that from an automatic? Semi-automatic
To the
rifle?
chair, that's correct. They can discern that, correct?
Type of caliber.
And caliber.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Okay. So a number of months ago, I asked for data from July 4th because I was interested in understanding how ShotSpotter would react during fireworks. And the data that I got, I can't remember the exact nature of the ask, but it was something from like 5 p.m. to midnight. Clearly, I should have gone a little earlier into the next day. But honestly, to my surprise, the citywide number of shots counted during that period was up like 51. Which does not seem like a bad data point, and it would suggest that the technology is readily able to distinguish between fireworks and a gunfire. But I notice on all of these slides, it says New Year's Eve, New Year's Day, and Independence Day are excluded. So I'm wondering why, if the data, it's not as if it shows that on Independence Day there's 7 million gunshots and we need to pull that out because it's so statistically insignificant based on the data that I received. So I'm wondering if you have any insight into why those data are excluded from these charts.
Whoever
Knowing
did.
that obviously the chart's further along, it's excluded because it's not in the time frame.
That's a very good point. Who can address that?
To the chair, the council member, there are requests that are made for those particular days. Certain days of the year, New Year's Eve, as well as July 4th, we receive we being the Division of Police, receive a tremendous amount of calls for service because of obviously celebratory gunfire. And we do not turn any calls down for service. If someone picks up the phone and calls 911 or the non-emergency number, we're going to respond. We know in that particular night that, and also with our ShotSpotter or gunshot detection technology, every single time a gunshot that's detected through our technology is alerted, it goes to our zone cars to respond and so forth. So those particular days, we turned those, per request, we turned those particular sensors or requests, correct? And correct me if I'm wrong, Jared. If I'm speaking out of turn, please correct me. Those sensors are turned down, so we're not receiving as many alerts. And again, if I'm speaking it correctly, please correct me.
I
So,
don't think they're turned down.
So we need that confirmation. But again, to the point being asked by the councilman, can the system detect the difference between fireworks and gunshots?
Through the chair to the council, yes.
Yes, that is correct. They can't
So-
discern between the two.
And as far as I'm just going to use this past New Year's Eve as an example. Our dispatch center gets those ShotSpotter alerts as well. So they were able to, and I'd have to find the information, they were able to tell us how many ShotSpotter alerts had we received on New Year's Eve, which was significantly more than the amount of 911 calls we received. And it would have put us into a place where we couldn't respond to every one of them.
Okay.
There were so many. So if we put that information into this, it's going to throw off the charts because there's so many in those particular days.
People firing guns.
Correct.
Thank you, Councilman.
Okay, so I mean, something to glean out of this, whether or not it happened, is that the technology does exist to turn down the sensitivity. Therefore, it's possible that if we did a data grab on a day where there was a decrease in the sensitivity, that it could undercount it.
To the chair, and thank you for Chief Todd to correct me. And it's important that I am correct if I speak out of turn and so forth. As the chief of the division, there was a request made about because of, again, the amount of calls received for shots fired. There was a request that was made if we could do that. And again, from my memory, I thought that was done. If I spoke out of turn and that was not done, I do apologize for that. And that was going off my memory. So again, if I was speaking out of turn, I do apologize for that.
Gotcha. No worries. Back at the 51 that I got from an assistant director, there's one event. So most of the events, all but 3, have 0 casings were found. Is that because workload July 4th, officers were unable to respond, or they responded and did not find casings? That seems like a significant percentage if officers were on scene and were unable to determine whether or not there were casings, especially given the number of rounds in some of these.
To the chair, to the chair, to Councilman Slife, really good question. As I stated before, the officers respond to calls for service relative to shots fired. If the individuals are shooting or celebratory gunfire from their properties, obviously we can't go onto someone's property to recover shell casings. The officers are required through our policy relative to a gunshot detection to try to locate shell casings so we can enter that into NIBIN. So in this particular cases, they responded to calls that they received, and in some of those cases, obviously, they did not locate or recover shell casings.
Okay, so in shots are recorded, zone cars dispatched, but patrol officers are not required in all cases to go leaps and bounds in every effort to find shell casings. There's policy there. There's variance essentially. I'm just asking, trying to learn.
No, I want to make. I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
No,
I
no.
want to make sure that we're clear. Based on our policies, the Division of Police policies, officers are required once they get an alert to respond to that particular area. Part of their responsibility, based on our policy, is to try to detect and find shell casings. They make every effort to find shell casings again so we can confiscate that particular property and enter that into NIBIN. Part of their duties and responsibilities relative to the gunshot alert is to also knock on doors and make sure people are okay, see if they heard anything. And that for us, we consider it to be part of our community engagement, to engage with the community, engage with individuals, neighbors, and so forth, and see if they heard anything could lead us to where potentially these shots are coming from.
Okay.
And through the chair to the council member, just New Year's Eve this past year, there was 1,127 shot spotter alerts on New Year's Eve. That was between 9 p.m. and 6 a.m.
1,100?
Yeah, 1,127 alerts that came in.
That was within the system, the ShotSpotter system.
Correct. That's
Okay.
just the shot spotter alerts.
Okay.
And you have to take into consideration that most of these alerts do come in during the overnight hours. So officers are using what resources they have to find this. So it's flashlights, it's on foot, and a lot of our investigations, the members have to go back the next day to recanvass areas so they don't, what they don't see at night may be more visible during the day.
Okay. I'll wrap it up because I'm pretty sure I'm near time.
Yes, you are.
There was one case in the 4th District where it tracked 18 rounds, but 62 casings were recovered. Would that be the case then that, I guess, triple the, again, I'm not a firearms expert. So it's I suppose, triple the number of casings means that there have been other gunfire in the area, but not necessarily tied to that specific event.
That is accurate.
Potentially
Yes.
correct,
Okay.
yes.
On the 37 lives saved, is there any data on what percentage of those had a corresponding 911 call?
To the chair, I'm sure we can get that information to you.
Okay.
That's a good point.
And then are there any data on firearms seized, prosecutions referred, things that are directly tied to data that was derived through ShotSpotter?
Might take a little longer to gather that, but we could probably get something.
I think that's a very valid question, and because it's all the part of this growing question. For the funds that we are expending, are we having the results that we want? That's the question.
I'll wrap by saying that my concern from day one had been, and my silly analogy was to the count from Sesame Street, who's not counting to derive data for a specific purpose. He just really likes counting. So are we counting rounds and showing a statistical significance in our ability to seize firearms and prosecute, or are we counting for the sake of counting? So I'm still trying to unravel all that.
Okay.
Thank you.
And then there's the other side of the equation. If you're firing a revolver, you're not going to find a round, a shell casing. You're not going to have that. So that's the other question I'm going to ask of the firearms that we are confiscating and taking possession of. What percentage of those are revolvers? What percentage are semi-automatic? That would give us a better indication as well. Councilman Harsh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I remain a skeptic on this technology, and if I veer into devil's advocacy. It's just trying to understand better what it is we're talking about and looking at and what applications this might have. But for table setting, my dad is one of the greatest woodworkers you'll ever meet. The man can put an addition on your house, rewire your bedroom, or build the greatest humidor you've ever seen, and he's never found a tool he doesn't like. He had to put an addition on the garage to make room for all the tools this man has. And some of them he uses once or twice, and some of them he uses more regularly. But they're all very cool, and they all do very interesting things, and tools are great, and we like tools, and we certainly want to equip the Cleveland Police Department with tools that work. But tools cannot replace workers. Finance Director Abanama recently told us during budget how many police officers we need to fully staff our zone plans, our car plans, and all of our specialized units.
That was an additional 181.
181 additional officers. And what I worry about in this conversation is that we get so obsessed with the tools that are kind of cool that we lose sight of the actual solution to many of our crime problems, which is a fully staffed, properly staffed department. So I want to make a few points and then ask a couple of questions. First, regarding the lives saved, correlation is not causation. Let's just start there. The fact that there was a shot spotter alert and life-saving, medical service was given to somebody does not mean that the shot spotter alert saved the life. We have to be able to distinguish between that. Correlation isn't causation. It's entirely possible that that life would have been saved through another alert, through a different way of knowing it. It's impossible for us to draw a direct line between that shot spotter alert and the life saved. And this is really important, Mr. Chair, because we will eventually end up with the true statement that you can't put a dollar amount on the value of a human life. And that is true. We can't put dollar amounts on the value of a human life. And saving all lives is fantastic, and it's our highest goal is to preserve life and liberty and people. But when that argument comes up, it's going to be tied to the shot spotter being the cause of that life being saved, and we cannot do that. It would be a very interesting study. You would have to actually look at areas that don't have shot spotter where lives were saved versus lives weren't saved, with areas where with shot spotter where lives weren't saved versus were saved, and then on top of that layer in all other factors leading to that life being saved or not saved, including shot spotter, which is a lot of different variables. The proximity of the officer at the time of the event or officers at the time of the event, the number of witnesses that saw the event that might have called or not called, regardless of what happened. And I just want to be extremely, extremely careful on this, because when it comes to the value of a human life being incalculable, we cannot then apply that to shot spotter. Those two are not, that correlation is not causation. But speaking of shot spotter broadly, just like 2 weeks ago, Wired ran an article about hundreds of secret locations of microphones that were leaked because the data actually escaped the corporation, made it out there onto the dark web, got into the hands of these people that write articles, and now we know where the microphones are, at least in a region of, that'd be 4th District. And we know that they're on top of schools and billboards, and they've got a whole list of them. They got dots on a map showing where the microphones are. And it's a great concern of mine that we put too much stock in third-party corporations to hold data. I liked the idea of ShotSpotter as a self-contained, owned by the Division of Police, way better than a service that we rent, because if we at least have it, then we control who gets that information. And I worry about this information making it out there. I also worry about that because we know that it's entirely possible, most likely probable, that people manipulate and misuse data. And so if that information is available, we know that the bad guys out there can use it. We also know that ShotSpotter itself could be manipulated. And I'll give you one really easy example. I'm no genius, but if I wanted to rob a store on Kinsman, maybe a couple of buddies down on Miles firing off a handful of rounds 15 minutes before I commit my burglary is going to draw police away from Kinsman and get them down on Miles. You know, maybe there's ways to manipulate this system that criminals are clever, right? I don't have to say this out loud. Somebody's already thought of this. But that's the type of thing that I'm afraid can happen when officers are being directed in our neighborhoods based on the tool, which we don't even fully control. And I worry about the data. The last thing is, Did we keep this through the chair to whoever wants to answer? Did we keep data before ShotSpotter on the average response time to a shots fired call?
Whoever can answer.
To the chair, to Councilman, we keep data on calls for service and how when we arrive, our arrival times and so forth, not necessarily for a specific shots fired call.
And considering that at any point in the past, we likely had more officers on the street than we do now, it would be statistically impossible to actually even analyze that data and know what the response time used to be versus what it is now, because we had more police on the street, total aggregate number. But without that, we can't really even say, Mr. Chair, whether or not these are getting people there faster. I understand the concept of shots fired, the system detects you immediately, you don't have to wait for that phone call, and I'm very open to the argument that people don't call 911 often enough. That's a very, very good argument, and I recognize the obstacle that presents. But we can't even win the argument that officers are getting to the scene of a crime faster because of this. We don't know how long it used to take when we had more officers in cars out there just patrolling. And so I worry that when we come around to this argument about lives saved, and we all say there's no price on human life, that we're going to find easy ways to say yes to this because it's a cool tool. But I worry a lot that we're taking our eyes off the actual known solutions to crime that we have at our disposal, and instead we're being diverted into this high-tech, cool stuff. Don't get me wrong, I understand. I would much rather us see license plate readers. I have a problem. 4 times in the last 6 months, Parma police have chased cars into Cleveland and Old Brooklyn, crashed, injured people. People have died. People have lost their vehicles. We don't have license plate readers at the intersection of Broadview and Brook Park that can grab a license plate. My wife got a speeding ticket in Newburgh Heights. License plate reader works really good right there, right? But we don't have them to grab dangerous people's information and follow up with them later. Instead, we have police officers flying over the border. And I'm not terribly upset about police trying to do their job, but I would rather see technology that we know has real-life applications, real follow-up applications. We can see a license plate and go find that person later. We know that we have that technology available to us. I would rather see radar guns where we can actually start clocking people. I don't think that every squad car has a radar gun in it. I would rather see that type of technology where we can actually go out there and do the really nuts and bolts crime law enforcement that citizens are asking for than some of this high-tech stuff. So my last question, and maybe my only question, I apologize. I've just been waiting for this moment, and it's an actual question. I know that we paid for this with ARPA, and I know that we said we're doing a pilot, but given the current 13 square miles, what would ShotSpotter's annual bill to the city of Cleveland be for the service outside installation and setup of the microphones themselves? This isn't a free service once they put them up there. They're charging us something.
Chris, Councilman, are you asking for citywide or just that area?
Based on the 13,000 square miles we have, what would the bill be if we were to decide to just, we're going to stop here, we're going to keep 13,000, you guys keep sending us the data. How much does that cost us after the build out?
Okay. You heard the question.
To the,
so you want to respond
to the chair, to Councilman, we'll get you that information. I don't have it here. We'll do the math for you and get you that information.
Okay.
But also to Councilman Harsh, I had this conversation yesterday with the director and the chief about the license plate readers, making sure that they are positioned, because just you touched on it. Those of us who are in the quote edge neighborhoods, we don't have them. And so I'm concerned because I'm having that problem with Euclid, South Euclid, East Cleveland, these entries, and we want to make sure, and I've asked them to, we've got to make sure, because we asked for council asked for the license plate readers. So I don't believe they're all implemented as of yet, the license plate readers, correct? Yeah, but we've got to be assured that there is going to be unanimity here as it pertains. But going back to also Councilman Harsh's comment, is that what you hear from our residents, and it goes what we talked about, is that they want to see men and women in blue in the streets. They want to see people patrolling. They want to see traffic enforcement. They want to see all those things again. So we, the councilman, we supported, as the chief, as the director and the chief indicated to me yesterday, that council has given them everything they asked for, correct?
Correct, sir.
Okay. But the big problem is that the thing that we want the most, we're not getting, and that's men and women in blue in the streets. And that's a big issue with us and our citizens. So I'll leave it at that. Councilman, you still have the floor.
Last point, and very, very good interjections there, Chairman. The last thing I want to say is that the cost-benefit analysis of maintaining and paying for the service after build-out is going to be, I think, the information that we base a decision on.
Okay.
If it's cheap, if this is super cheap and the build-outs is 90% of the cost and it becomes really routine to maintain this, like putting gas in the car, right? And that's all it is, then maybe there's an argument for maintaining this and keeping it up there where it's needed. But if the cost benefit, if the cost to the company, which can go up, and companies always raise their prices, let's not forget that, or if they start billing us for that maintenance because microphones go down, because people figure out where they're at and start taking them out for fun, right? If that becomes a cost that we have to shoulder, then that's really going to make this an impossible program to try to support, because we know that there are real-world solutions available to us right now. And I think a lot of us, interested in that.
Thank you.
So through the chair to the
Yes.
council member, we will do our due diligence to make sure that this is going to be something that's beneficial if we continue the service when the division is, and the city is paying for it. We're not just going to continue it for the sake of continuing it. We're going to do an analysis and make sure that this is beneficial to continue.
We'll have more conversations.
Yeah.
I'm sure
Thank
this
you.
isn't the end of
Thank
the
you.
conversation about it, but thank you. Chief.
Thank you, Councilman. But to dovetail, listen up, my colleagues, to dovetail off the councilman said, when the ARPA funds we utilized, what was our common denominator? It has to be sustainable. We can't find ourselves like the school board, spend ARPA funds, and now they're in a royal jackpot because they were not thinking about long-term sustainability. So that's why I want to go back to the sunset clause, because I think it was in the legislation, I believe it was 3 years. And so if this is not performing or delivering the way we anticipated, I mean, this is a budgetary issue, not only a public safety issue, but it's a budgetary issue. Where do we get the funds to sustain it, or if the opposite question, or to expand it if the other alternative, is that we've got to make sure that we have the financial ability to cover that. We're not going to put ourselves in a financial jeopardy. We want to make sure whatever we do is responsible. So on that point, I have Councilwoman Gray.
And I want to add to that, Mr. Chairman, after Councilwoman Gray, as it relates to sustainability.
Yeah, well, I'll put you on because Councilman Starr is up next.
Okay.
All right, thank
Please.
you. Thank you, Chair. I just want to make a point to what Councilman Jones stated earlier about the differences of our district, and that Councilman Harsh actually backed up what Councilman Jones just spoke on, and that's what I was speaking on with Councilman Jones, to his point, Chair, to the committee, that when Jones said that we have more shots on in 4th District than 1st District, then Councilman Harsh made a huge example of shots being something happening on Kinsma, and then the people getting away on Union, and he did not reference his own ward, but he referenced the 4th District ward. So that is the point that has been made by 2 council on the east and the west side. So that's huge pertaining to the shot spotter. But I just have one point to say.
Go
That's
ahead.
If you want to make a comment behind that, you can. If not, I'm just going to move on to one issue that I have that has not been brought to my attention as of, I know now of our new chief Todd, I know we spoke on it last year when I was in that incident of the shooting on my own street on Lardette, when the 3 guys were shooting on the street, and I was there, and I had to duck and roll to get out the way without getting shot. And the shot spotter did not detect that because it happened at 2:30. And then when the call came in, no one responded in those 3 minutes. And then I called at 3 o'clock because one of the homeowners got me into the house after the 3 guys drove away. Remember that incident? And then Commander Howard, Chief Howard had stated that he was looking into that. And this is March 4th. This is March 6th, 2024. That incident happened on August 24th, 2023. And regardless if I'm a counsel, and when I called it in, I didn't even say at that point, when the homeowner called it in when it happened, she didn't say the counsel is out there on the side of my house ducking behind bushes because she almost got shot. When they got away, she opened the door, get in here, Councilwoman. I got in, I sat for 15 minutes, still no police cars came. I called at 3 o'clock. Police cars got there in 3 minutes. However, what happened? No police cars, no shot spotter, no nothing. And thank God, I don't like to say if, but I could have been dead. And then something would have came, something would have happened. So this is what I'm saying about the shot spotter. I know that I was against it when, I know I voted against it here at the committee. Somehow it got past me when we passed it through ordinance, and I didn't stand up and say no. So my name is on there saying I support. So I'm in a pickle when I hear my constituents don't talk about the shot spotter, don't never ask questions at all my community meetings, but their concern is safety of sight on scene with the police officers more so than the shot spotter coming in 3 minutes to help with the situation. So going back to me, when that happened to me as a constituent, not knowing that council person had nothing to do with it, it didn't show up. It didn't show up, and I'm still waiting for that report from August 24th, 2023 to be shown to me. Why, why wasn't that shot spotter in 3 minutes that somebody was there? No one still haven't given me the report of anything.
So, because I don't know if you, I don't know.
I was here at the table.
She was at the table.
And she requested, she's never got it.
I'm not gonna, I don't want to argue. I do. So just, I want to make sure that you do check your emails, because Sergeant Sabrina Walker from my office has followed up twice with you through emails, and I just want to make sure it might have been overlooked.
It was
But
because she did. Let me just say something.
Yeah,
I'm
she
not
reached out
interrupting you.
twice.
She reached out saying that that was still being investigated, and nothing has been finalized, but to wait until all the information get surveyed and get investigated. That was the last one I read. If anything else was founded after that, I don't know, but that's the last one that she sent me, that investigation was still being investigated. So I'm just saying that regardless of the fact of it being investigated, that no one showed up at 2:30 when that gunshot went off on my street in front of our home. And I had to duck and roll behind the side of a building behind bushes. Thank God that I'm not nosy to say, where the shot's coming from. I got the hell out the way. But the point of the matter is, no one came, no police officer was there in 3 minutes like they should have been. And when I called at 3 o'clock, That's when they showed up. That's when they roped everything off. That's when they even said that the young man that got shot in the foot was at the emergency, and they had him there from a gunshot, and that was that young man there. I don't even know if he was even apprehended, arrested, stood in front of the judge, per se. But I'm simply saying that these are the things that we need to look at, that the shot spotter is not 100% accurate, because nothing never is. And however, we need to follow through on everyone that deals with the situation to understand and have, as I think that was the chair or maybe a Harsh stating that we have to have, no, this was Scythe. We have to have concrete proof to say, is it really working? And not just to have data to say what we pull, but is it really working? For me, it didn't. It didn't. So I just want to put that out there, Chair. Thank you.
So I was here when the council lady made the request. There is absolutely no reason why she would have to wait this long. So I would ask respectfully again that somebody needs to get her the information, definitive information as to what transpired with regard to ShotSpotter and response time. I mean, you know, that was August of last year.
August 24th.
That's just unacceptable.
So through the
That-
chair,
that's unacceptable.
we did submit the information. If there was further information that you would like as a result of what we supplied, please let us know. And that's all, you know, we wanted to be, make sure that you had the information that you had requested. We submitted to you what was in the original request. If there was something beyond that, just let us know, and we would be more than happy to supply that.
Yeah, Chair, if I can, too,
Yes.
I don't want it left that we were unresponsive. That's really important to me in the Department of Public Safety, as well as Division of Police, that we were not responsive, because we were, as stated by Chief Todd, Chief Todd's squad did team make sure that the information
Thank you.
was sent. Just
So
want to
then
make sure
please
that's clear.
satisfy the council lady.
Absolutely.
Okay, we'll do that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilman Starr. And then I have Councilman Jones back up. Anyone else wish on this ShotSpotter before we call citizens? Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. So I know this topic is something that we receive a lot of information and talk about it. And I know Councilwoman House Jones, as well as Councilwoman Gray and myself during committee, I believe in 2022, we did vote no on ordinance number 909 -2022. So just to bring it into context and trying to get an understanding of everything. So obviously, it was ordinance number 909-2022. And from my memory, this was an opportunity to, through the chair to the table, opportunity to bring technology as such as this ShotSpotter to Cleveland. And I believe the total cost was about $2.7 million to the chair.
To whoever can answer that.
To the chair, to Councilman Starr, we'll get that. I don't have the exact
Yeah.
number. I don't want to put
Yeah.
numbers out there. If it's not precise, we'll get you the exact number.
I can't
Okay.
remember the precise number either.
Yes, so if we could get that number, that would be great. So from my memory, I think it's around there, and I believe the contract was for about a 2-year period. So what I was trying to get when I did some research, it was showing that from November 4th, 2020 up until July 25th, 2022, we've had around that time period, I believe we had around 279 arrests due to ShotSpotter along in the 4th District in 2020. Obviously, I was not an elected official, but just from me digging up and looking up research and looking at numbers that have been sent to us.
Keep going.
Yeah, that was not me this time, Chair.
No, that's right.
And from that 279 in 2020, once we implemented ShotSpotter in 2021, there was an increase of 400 arrests that was from ShotSpotter. Of those 400 arrests, there were 18 of those that were tied to gunshot detection technology. My question is, based on how this is going on, and based on how things are flowing, how accurate is ShotSpotter with finding and arresting the work? I know that we're using this, police is saying through conversations earlier, they're using this technology as a part of the investigation. But my point is trying to get the understanding of just because the ShotSpotter alerted and they go to an area and they start arresting people, are they actually arresting those individuals who actually committed that shot fire? Similar to how my colleague, Councilman Harsh mentioned, it could be something ring off over here to the left, then it could be far west, and then next you know we arrest some folks, and now we got a whole situation because when you get arrested, it leads to a lot of different things. So through the chair to the table, how do we show the data or anything that we can prove that once those 400 people that were arrested and those 18 were charged of using gunshot detection or anything, how does that work?
So
Who can respond to that?
To the chair, to Councilman Starr, I appreciate your question and just trying to discern where the stats that you have there. I can't speak on them because I'm not quite sure which stats you're referencing. But I don't have any stats from my recollection. I don't have anything in front of me that we made over 400 arrests associated with ShotSpotter alerts. And I also want to make sure we're clear that as we receive the detections from ShotSpotter, we do respond to those particular areas. They're very precise in where they're coming from. We're not arresting people because we're responding there. We are investigating the call for shots fired. We are based on our policies and our procedures, we are talking to neighbors, knocking on doors, collecting shell casings if they're there, and based on the ShotSpotter alert, if there's someone that's injured, we're administering first aid and calling for EMS or fire to come and actually give advanced life-saving medical care to those individuals. But I don't know the stats that you're talking about, but I don't want anyone to think that we had 400 people arrested based on ShotSpotter alerts because we don't have those type of technologies. Again, it's a tool, that's the key. It's a tool that we utilize to be able to respond to calls or shot detection technology. The important thing, again, about this technology, again, is that it's a tool. For some of the areas, in particular the areas that we have the ShotSpotter technology, we just were not receiving the calls indicating that shots were being fired in those areas.
Thank you.
Now based on the technology, we're able to respond to those areas, conduct some preliminary investigation, and through that investigation, there are times we do arrest individuals based on probable cause and based on the Constitution before we do anything like that. So we do make some arrests, but not the numbers that you indicated to the
So, Councilman,
chair,
where'd you
to
get your
Councilman
numbers
Starr.
from?
So I have a couple of different sources as well as different data that I'll be just researching and then just reading articles and looking at what has been sent over to us and comparing the data. Sometimes you may be plus or minus 5 or you may not. So just trying to get more so in the ballpark of understanding because I've seen some things. So what I would definitely ask from that question would be from the chair to the table, since we've had ShotSpotter, do we have a number of total arrests that has been used? How many people have been arrested? And then also, what has the outcome come of those?
That's directly linked to shots.
That's linked to ShotSpotter.
Okay.
Meaning, if this system, ShotSpotter, wasn't in this area, we would have not made that arrest.
To the chair.
Or any type of data, because that right there gives us an understanding of whether ShotSpotter is not working or is working.
Okay.
Because people don't, like you said, we all say people don't call the police. But if something goes wrong with me right now, I'm calling 911. So the saying that people don't call the police is kind of odd. The problem is that I've mentioned, and I know we have a new chief, I got a lot of faith in her, is the fact that once you make that call, the response time, but then also you get people getting told to come to the district to file a police report. And oftentimes, people ain't got the transportation just to pop up. So therefore, I will become discouraged and say, well, what's the point of me calling if they're not coming out, if they're requesting me? So the manpower and The strategy, the deployment strategy, is some things that we have to adjust. Like, you know, no brainer. I'm a firm believer that if we got 1,100, is it 75, 125 officers around that range, I think we have enough to have more of a police presence. Maybe we have to adjust our policies, our strategies, and deployment and say everybody get out there if all hands need to be on deck, because that's something that we need to do until we figure out how to get more patrol. But when I look at some of these numbers, that just some things that I have in context that I was just looking up, you know,
Yeah.
if we don't have the numbers that support ShotSpotter, then I don't think we should be spending around this $2.7 million. I could think of organizations, how we can be more preventative side that can use that funding so we can hit these hot spots in neighborhoods. And when I look at some of the data, and I look at, obviously in Ward 5, I have 3rd District and the 4th District. So we see the things that is alerting to me is the fact that within a 3-month time frame through the chair, we have 8,770 rounds shot. And then I just heard earlier through the chief that on New Year's Day, we had around 1,100 shots go off. And then when you look at the 2nd District, and then you look at the 1st District, within that same time period, for 3 months, they have close to only 1,100. So there's so many different things you could do, and I'm big on that data. And what I mean by that is because I can make data do anything I wanted to show.
Yeah.
And that's the real. You can pull data, you can play with the numbers, we can do all these different things, but the fact remains is, are we getting the most that we can for our funding that we are allocating as far as this $2 million? It's around that $2 million range that we're spending. And I believe, I wanted to know when, through the chair, when does this contract expire?
Can someone does somebody know that date?
Through the chair to the council member, we'll get that date.
Okay.
That'll be
We'll
good.
get that date.
Definitely need that date. And because a resident named Terry Williams, who lives in Mount Pleasant in Ward 4, he has different incidents going on. He have bees in his community. He does a lot of different hunting things, and it was an incident occurred, and as you know, shots was fired. Police pulled up to him, looking for him to tell him everything. He's like, I don't know what you're talking about. And what I look at is, if we're using ShotSpotter and we're arresting people, and when you think about people being arrested, they now got to go through pre-trial. They are removed from their home. They potentially lose their job. And if we have data showing that it really wasn't that individual, then we just spent money to use technology and a person's livelihood change because they were just possibly a victim of ShotSpotter not working. And those things is what you see all over right now. The stuff that we get sent from different folks and constituents is showing that they believe that ShotSpotter, some are saying isn't working, and some are saying it is. But vast majority of them is saying that it isn't because it's not connected to catching that suspect.
To the chair, Councilman Starr, I appreciate your comments. You mentioned specifically an individual in your ward that actually has bees and so forth, which is really,
that's up in District 4. Okay. That's Ward 2, Mount Pleasant South.
But which is really commendable that he's doing that. But we in the Division of Police do not arrest based on a ShotSpotter or gun detection alert. That is just a tool for the officers to respond to that particular area. They have to have probable cause and they have to stay within the confines of the Constitution before they make any type of arrest. So it's not based strictly on a ShotSpotter alert. It's only an opportunity for them to get to that area, conduct a thorough investigation, and based on probable cause and other evidence that they may gather there, then they'll subsequently, again, if they have enough, again, based on the Constitution, based on a probable cause to make that arrest.
Okay, thank you.
And thank you. And through the chair, I know that ShotSpotter first arrived through a grant in 2019, correct?
To the chair, to Councilman Starr, that's correct.
Yep, and through that grant, we now get to hear in 2024 from that grant period probably was a 2-year grant. Is there any numbers?
To the chair, the councilman started. It was a 2-year period. I believe there was the Cleveland Foundation that I believe was funding that particular grant, and then through the ARPA funds, we're able to continue with that project, the pilot project, and we're in the process now of evaluating this particular technology, again, a tool. And as stated before, we're going to evaluate it and see if it's cost effective, if it's working for us, it's providing the outcomes that we need in order to expand the dollars that we're currently expanding.
Okay.
Yep. And then,
Thank you, Councilman.
and as we wrap up, Dean, because I definitely want to see that data be presented to us from the questions that I asked earlier, because that's important. But then I definitely can't close real quick, Dean, is that 37 lives saved. That is, I don't know. And what I mean by that is, how do we say ShotSpotter alert saved 37 lives? I mean, we had over 150 homicides last year. How do we know ShotSpotter can save? I really don't understand how we can tell from a technology that can determine when a gunshot is let off and how it can save somebody's life.
We asked for that.
Yeah, and we're going to get you the information. We're not saying and again, the correlation, and I know Councilman Harsh made some comments relative to that. What we're saying is this gives us, this tool, which is the gunshot technology, gives us the opportunity to respond to calls that sometimes we just don't receive.
Yeah.
In those particular cases, when we don't receive a call for an assignment for shots fired, the gunshot technology alerts our dispatch center, our officers to respond.
Okay.
And we've located victims of gunshot wounds that our officers supplied, administered life-saving first aid, and then obviously called fire EMS to continue. And those, that information comes to us from either the EMTs or paramedics that respond to the scene, that articulates to our officers that it had not been for the efforts of the responding officers, those individuals probably would have lost their lives.
And I close, Dean, and with that understanding, make sure I mean it. So the initial response is based off an alert from ShotSpotter, and then that's how you were able to determine these 37. So if a ShotSpotter went off, officers arrived, gunshot wound victim, the gunshot victim was able to be alive, and that's how you were able to get 37. So within, and this is just from March. So from March,
To the chair of the councilman, it's total for the existence of the ShotSpotter technology.
So this for the last 4 years?
Yes.
Yes, that's correct. To the chair of the councilman Starr, that's correct.
Okay.
Okay, and I yield, Chair.
Thank you. So the what we did, hold on. We expanded the contract for 3 years in 2022. The contract terminates at the end of 2025. So it was for $2.7 million. That's what we passed. And again, there's a sunset clause at the end of 2025. So it goes back to what we said initially about really analyzing the effectiveness of the system. Is it working? Is it having the impact that we, because some of us, I voted for it, but I had my reservations, as other members had reservations that voted for it, because it was new technology. And so I want to make sure that whatever action we're taking, what I'm hearing from the director and the chief is that they are going to analyze the data and the effectiveness of it as well. Because we're not going to extend something just for the sake of extending it. But I want to also just stress it because I've got 3 citizens here who want to address the body. I'm going to ask for about the big elephant in the room. Is the former commander of ShotSpotter, Commander Cutts, working for ShotSpotter?
To the chair of the council members, we have no information indicating that the former commander works for ShotSpotter.
Okay, so if there's anybody has any other additional information pertaining to that, we'd like to know that. Okay, yes.
Can we make a request of the officials at ShotSpotter to verify if the former Commander Cutts works for them?
Okay, we'll make that request through the chief, through the safe director, and to the, is it deputy chief?
Chair, acting.
Acting deputy chief. Okay, citizens in attendance. We have, and I'm going to, again, because we have other information we have to gather here, other presentation. but I do have a Mr. Rod, is it, R-A-D? Who is from New York, who would like to come up and testify. I also have Latoya Goolsby, who's also in attendance, and I have Reverend Pamela Pinckney, who is here as well. So Mr. Rod? Go get, excuse me. We want to take a 5-minute break. Excuse me, the presentators, but because we've all been sitting in here since 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock. And so please, 5-minute break or less if we can, so we can make a pit stop. Thank you. We're in recess for 5 minutes, okay? session. I want to thank you all for making a quick pit stop. It's been a busy morning, and there's a lot going on. I just want to have meetings this afternoon. So we have three citizens here who wish to testify on ShotSpotter. They will be given 5 minutes each to testify. Our first citizen is is it Rod, R-A-D, from New York. Please come to, is that Brooklyn, New York?
That is right.
Okay, grab the right over here.
Thank you, Chief.
So you came all the way to Cleveland from Brooklyn, New York to testify on ShotSpotter.
I love Cleveland too much.
Okay.
And
Tell us your first name and tell us why you're here.
sure, Abdul Nasser is the first name, last name Rad. And I believe we have 5 minutes, is that right? Is it possible to request an additional 2 minutes for the wait?
Well, because we have two other citizens, and yet we have another presentation.
Okay, I appreciate it, Mr. Chairman. It's a pleasure to be back in the beautiful city, albeit a little bit rainy today. Just as a refresher, my name is Abdul Nasser Rad. I'm the Managing Director for Research and Data at Campaign Zero. We're an organization focused on advancing restorative and effective solutions to public safety. Just for my background in terms of research, I've worked as an applied public safety researcher in both government and nonprofit sectors, worked for the New York City Mayor's Office of Criminal Justice, focused on the Office of Neighborhood Safety, working on the Office to Prevent Gun Violence portfolio. And in nonprofit sectors, I've advised law enforcement across the U.S. on comprehensive efforts to improve safety. And we're here today in partnership and community with the brilliant local organizers here at BLM Cleveland, Citizens for a Safer Cleveland, Residents for a Safer Cuyahoga County, and the Cuyahoga County Jail Coalition. And what we wanted to sort of start with just today is talk a little bit about the more recent research. If you recall, I was here in late 2022 to be able to have the honor to speak with you all about the mixed research around ShotSpotter at the time. And today I wanted to sort of shed some more light on some of the more recent research that's come out, specifically funded by the National Institute of Justice, and talk about those findings that will illuminate a little bit more about some of the questions you all asked. I believe that every single one of us around this table shares the same priority. I think it was then Chief Drummond at the time, so I think Director Drummond, Chief Todd, welcome. I think we all want to advance safety for all, especially for those most impacted by its absence. I think we want to also ensure that we prevent as much harm as possible from the current systems. For ShotSpotter, their number one priority does not align with that. It's very simple. They're a publicly traded company, and they will continue to lobby, mislead, and sell to increase their stock price. And I hope you all keep that in mind. I don't think that anything that Director Drummond stated was malicious, but there are certain things that are facts that were misleading claims that ShotSpotter has been known to perpetuate throughout departments. And so since our last visit to Cleveland, we've been able to provide some more clarity on evaluating ShotSpotter. And these advancements have informed the recent decisions by cities across the U.S., most notably Chicago, and most recently, just this Monday, Durham, North Carolina. Durham, North Carolina, just this past Monday, voted to not renew ShotSpotter after the release of an evaluation conducted by Duke University, where the findings aligned and mirrored the same findings from the National Institute of Justice scholarship that was funded. So just quickly on the actual findings, again, it is clear this was a quasi-experimental study, right? So this is trying to attempt causation. This is not a correlation study. Is one that ShotSpotter does improve response times, but the studies found that there was no impact on saving lives. Second, there's no evidence suggesting that there's a reduction in gunshot victims or gun-related crimes. Again, this is across several studies, and also in the case of Duke, which was that pilot that in Durham that Duke conducted. Dr. Eric Pisa of Northeastern University, the lead author on the National Institute of Justice study, said, quote, in comment to the Chicago decision, regardless of political motivations, an honest review of the research and evidence suggests the decision to cancel ShotSpotter makes sense. And then also relevant to law enforcement in the room, he also said, quote, none of the 7 prior investigations identified by my colleagues, and I found, I found evidence that the case clearance rates increased following ShotSpotter deployment. That case clearance did not increase with ShotSpotter deployment. For law enforcement in the room that's interested in that. And in the case of Cleveland, we know 55% of people arrested for violent crime following a ShotSpotter alert had their charges dismissed. Now, just quickly, I want to do a few quick rebuttals in terms of things that were brought up by Chief Todd and Director Drummond. One is in terms of the case of whether it can distinguish between fireworks and gunshots. That is false. If you look at your master service agreement, ShotSpotter states this, that they cannot distinguish, which is why they specifically put that. Now, if that is what ShotSpotter told you to say, Director Drummond, I apologize, but that is definitely not the case. They cannot do that. The second thing, in terms of, if you recall in 2022, the first presentation that Cleveland Division of Police provided, they said that 7 lives were saved. At that time, it was 7. We asked for how many were related to a 911 call. To the chair, can you ask Director Drummond if you can recall how many of those 7 had a related 911 call?
I'm not here to interrogate the
That's fine.
director.
That's fine,
okay?
Mr. Chair.
Okay.
I completely understand and appreciate
Okay.
that. It was 7. So it's important to first understand what the current numbers are, and then also what's being defined as life-saving, and hopefully medical experts can weigh in on that. Because I'm not a doctor, and neither is Director Drummond or Chief
Okay.
Todd. So I can't make a statement on whether they were life-saving. But in terms of alerts going up and expanding catchments, we know that in the case of Chicago, that 89% of ShotSpotter reports led police to find no gun-related crime, and 86% turned up no crime at all, amounting to about 40,000 dead-end ShotSpotter deployments. Now, again, when we talked about the case of the fireworks and distinguishing, in the case of Michael Williams in Chicago, a ShotSpotter analyst reclassified a firework to a gunshot that ended up having Mr. Williams serve a year in jail for a homicide. That was the only piece of evidence, and he was obviously exonerated.
Okay.
So again, bringing it back and closing up, we advocate for investing in Cleveland's people, not a flawed surveillance technology that disproportionately affects Black and brown communities. Community-based intervention, social service enhancement, accessible health care, financial, and any sort of effort to mitigate financial stress will provide more sustainable solutions to gun violence. And so just to wrap it up, I really do want to drill down that ShotSpotter, y'all are throwing the money away. I believe, and I believe everyone at this table, including Director Drummond and Chief Todd, want to fight gun violence. It's one of the most pressing issues for cities across the U.S. ShotSpotter doesn't do that. And they'll always, at the end of the day, go back to their shareholders, because that is their #1 priority.
Okay.
And and one last point, Mr. Chairman, if you let me finish, is that when Councilmember Harsh brought up the point of tools in the shed, I love that analogy, because yes, we all like tools in the shed. But imagine having a stud finder that hasn't actually been validated to actually know if it can test studs, because there still hasn't been a robust, independent evaluation of whether this technology works.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman,
You
and
can
thank you.
provide to us whatever you want in writing or send it to us.
Of course.
So we can have it. You mentioned in your presentation you were aligned with what group in the city of Cleveland?
We were working with BLM Cleveland.
Who?
BLM Cleveland.
And what other group? You mentioned another group, I thought you
Yeah,
mentioned.
one second. BLM Cleveland, Citizens for a Safer Cleveland.
Citizens for Safer Cleveland. That's the one that gave us issue 24?
Residents for a Safer Cuyahoga County.
Okay. I got you. Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate your testimony.
And
Thank
if there's any questions, I'll be up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
Appreciate
you very
y'all.
much. Thank you. Okay. We now have on our list, thank you, Latoya Goolsby. Welcome to the table.
Hi,
Are you a Cleveland resident?
lifelong.
Okay. Whenever you're ready.
All right. For the record, my name is Latanya.
Latanya,
Goldsby.
excuse me.
I'm
Okay.
the president and co-founder of Black Lives Matter Cleveland.
Okay.
And a lifelong resident. I've come here today with grave concerns about our police officers' use of ShotSpotter, now known as Sound Thinking. I am alarmed, as I hope you all are as well, about the national news surrounding Sound Thinking and the locations of their ShotSpotter gunshot sensors. Since the fall of 2019, Cleveland police have been putting part of our community at risk by using a faulty technology called ShotSpotter. The technology has been placed in neighborhoods that are 90% Black and brown people, purportedly to identify gunshots. It has been learned from a leaked data report from Wired, as mentioned by Councilman Harsh, that Cleveland has a total of 114 gunshot detecting sensors placed throughout the city of Cleveland. Currently, there are 44,346 Black residents living under or near a ShotSpotter sensor. Compared to our counterparts of 778 Latino residents, 188 Asian residents, and 3,233 white residents are being monitored by the ShotSpotter technology system. This technology screams racial bias and is disproportionately targeted towards Black communities. Extensive research has been done across the country on ShotSpotter, and the results are consistent. It does not reduce gun violence. It does not prevent crime. It slows police response to actual 911 emergencies, and it does not help police solve more cases. What it does do is increase the number of innocent people being stopped, searched, arrested, and incarcerated. ShotSpotter is such a dangerous and reactionary tool being used by law enforcement and disguised as a proactive measure to prevent gun violence. ShotSpotter puts Black lives and Black communities in danger. I asked you, after using ShotSpotter for over 4 years and spending $3 million of taxpayers' money, is ShotSpotter truly keeping us safe? Has it had any impact on improving public safety? If Cleveland is strapped for cash, why are we wasting money on unproven technology that is showing itself to be dangerous and expensive? I urge you all to listen to the true data behind ShotSpotter and not the altered data that is being pushed by law enforcement, Sound Thinking, and ShotSpotter technology. ShotSpotter does not keep us safe from gun violence. This is just another reactionary tool for law enforcement to play with while increasing police surveillance in Black communities. I encourage you to cancel the contract and kick ShotSpotter out of our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your testimony. Okay, our next speaker is Miss Reverend Pamela Pinckney. Come to the table. You're welcome.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's been a long meeting here.
Yeah, it has been.
It's good to see you all today.
And we're not done yet.
Not done yet. Are we
Okay.
there yet? It's the movie
Okay.
they used to have. Good afternoon, everybody.
Thank you.
Those of you who don't know me, I'm known by the Cleveland Plain Dealer as the political preacher, but I'm also a published author.
By the way, are you a resident of Cleveland?
I am a native of Cleveland.
Native of Cleveland, okay.
Yes.
Okay.
And I keep my address in confidentiality because of protection reasons.
Okay.
I'm the published author. I am also a published author. I wear many hats, both literally and figuratively. And one of my books is called Gun Violence, The Silence. For we all know that gun violence does not begin as a result of what happens from gun violence. Gun violence begins from the sale, manufacture, trade, and production of guns, having them available. I was sitting here and I was listening to you all in these conversations, and I heard you, the language of ShotSpotter, shots fired, sound thinking, and I'm really concerned of the dual situation going on here. For many who may not be aware of the pro-slavery amendment in the United States Constitution, which stated that slavery should never be ended in the United States of America, and one could commit a crime and be labeled as a slave and be used to be a slave. And slaves, Black people, brown people, multiracial people, and Native Americans were being sold on public square during this time. The Corwin Amendment is also what it's called. In 2017, on December 5th, Cuyahoga County passed the resolution stating that people who have been incarcerated should have specialized license plates. And I'm going to get to this gun thing in just a second because all of it is interconnected. And that 2 cameras per city in Cuyahoga County would be monitoring these people. And it's unfortunate because it causes recidivism and many other racial targetings in this city. I would like to know from the chair and all present, what preventive measures are being made pertaining to shots fired? What are the statistics for the Black, Brown, Native American, and multiracial communities pertaining to shots fired? What are the statistics for gun violence, police shooting Black, Brown, multiracial, Native American people in their communities? And the 137 shots where the police officer stood on the hood of a car and gunned down, my speaker keeps going out, gunned down 2 unarmed Black people on a police chase that was called off on at least 6 accounts and never went to jail. There's something wrong with those shots that were fired. I would like to also know why it is that we have no media proper representation for when gun violence takes place in Black, Brown, Native American, and multiracial communities. I understand that according to the European media, which this country runs by, if our hair is not straight or blonde, then we don't get media coverage. That needs to be corrected. To the chair, to Councilman Starr. My hair is curly and I'm not going to make it straight. My hair is brown, I'm not going to make it blonde unless I feel like it. So that should not deny me the media coverage that's needed to address shots fired, shot spotter, and sound thinking. I heard you, Council President, Council Chairperson, Mr. Polensek,
Yes.
when you were saying about Columbus. I would like to see some representation from our director in Columbus for committee meetings at the safety, because when I was in Columbus speaking not too long ago, the only people that are passing legislation and making the laws in Columbus are from small towns. Cleveland is a predominantly Black city, Black, Brown, Native American, and multiracial city. We have no representation or no one that can advocate and speak for what, for instance, a man of color who is our director, the challenges that he faces so they can make some suitable legislation. And we have no one down in Columbus who is actually speaking as they should for the city of Cleveland on our behalf. I am concerned. I'm very concerned. My personal experience, I called the police 4 times in crisis. They would not send a car. Instead, they argued with me and told me police officers don't fall out the air. In my crisis, I am very concerned. I'm concerned that during federal elections, Mr. Chairperson, crime increases in this country. Violence in voting increases in this country, and gun violence specifically increases in this country. And people come to Cleveland, Ohio, what they call a mistake on a lake, because we're not a mistake on anybody's lake. They come here for a vote, and then they bring their violence here. Nothing has been done about when they came down here and busted out all our windows downtown Cleveland, then went through the capital of the United States of America and incited violence. And Councilman Polensek, chairperson of this committee, what I said on Monday, I'm very serious about, because I have found that it's very, very crucial that we pay attention to the Black, Brown, multiracial, and Native American lives and all of this gun violence. Because mass incarceration has increased. It has not decreased. Homelessness has increased. It has not decreased. As I close, I just want to say to you, gun violence, shots spotter, shots fired, and sound thinking come from fear. We have been taught to be afraid of one another. We have been taught to be afraid of ourselves. And I would like to see you, as the chairperson of this committee, to begin to have your colleagues and some other people come to the table to begin to draft some legislation to shift the manufacture, trade, production, and sale of guns into having money to build homes and not halfway houses. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. I wish, just my only comment to that was that unfortunately, we learned the hard way, we cannot regulate manufacture, sale, distribution of firearms in the city of Cleveland. We cannot do
You
that.
can decide where the money goes, and I would ask that you all would stop giving money to these racist agendas, these sexist agendas, and give the police more money to find missing and dead bodies of black women, multiracial women, Native American women, and brown women in the city of Cleveland, because they still have not been found yet between 93rd and Bessemer and 93rd and Union in Cleveland, Ohio. And we as community activists have been pushing this, and the prosecutor does not do his job effectively, and we do not have one yet who does what needs to be done for we women of color.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Reverend Pinckney. Okay, so let me say this to the administration. We've heard from the chief and the safety director that they are going to continue to monitor ShotSpotter. That's a mandate from us because, again, 2025 is D-Day. That's the end of ShotSpotter as we know it in the city of Cleveland. That's mandated by council, by legislative action. So someone is going to have to show us, this body, after 2025, is this worth continuing this initiative, or should we be directing, looking at other technology, other services, other programs? That's the reality we're confronted with. And again, as you heard from Councilman Harsh, and you've heard, I think, from all of us at one time or another, what we hear from our residents is that they want men and women in blue working in the streets, interacting with our people, interacting with our school kids again, as you and I, as we talked about yesterday. Real community policing, I believe that's the real initiative and core that we want to see implemented here. So on that note, if there's any specific questions on ShotSpotter, get them to the staff. We've already made requests. We have, now we're looking for a presentation on the safety and security cameras. Okay, before we move on, is there any other comment or question?
Mr. Chairman, I do have to leave for an appointment.
Okay.
So I just
fine.
wanted to make the chair know,
Thank you.
know that.
And we all
also-
have to be out of here shortly.
And then also, Mr. Chairman, for the ShotSpotter, if say if the administration is not going to use that $2.7 million, would we, for renewing ShotSpotter, I'm not sure if we are or not, because I've heard some different comments on this whole proposition. Will we be moving those funds to hire, say, maybe 20 more police officers?
No, unfortunately, those were ARPA funds. They're gone.
Oh, I see.
That's why this whole thing, as we said to the administration, this was a temporary proposition. And if they want us to continue it, they're going to have to substantiate it's working, and they're going to have to identify where the dollars are going to come from.
That's right.
Because we're not going to find ourselves like the school board found themselves in. We're not doing that.
Right.
We're going to be responsible as it comes to city finances. And the people who are watching this at home, people in the city of Cleveland should be proud that this council, working in partnership with this administration, that we will have a balanced budget.
That's right. And we ain't going to let the elephant sneak up on us.
Unlike a lot of other major cities, larger cities and even smaller cities who aren't going to have a balanced budget, we're going to have one. Come hell or high water, and we had second reading last night, on Monday night. So this is a $2.7 million program that is not coming out of the general fund as of this point. Once those dollars are gone, they're gone. So you know exactly what you folks need to do. Okay.
I understand.
Okay. Okay. Safety and security cameras. Give us an update. Where are we?
Sure. We have my team's here as well to answer any specific
Come to the
questions.
table, who's ever on your team.
I'm going to give the presentation relative to the PowerPoint presentation, but we have others who's in charge of our.
Oh, you have a PowerPoint. Good.
Yes, we have a PowerPoint. for
Thank
this.
you.
We'll
Thank
go
you,
through.
Director. Come on up and
then again, if you
identify
have
yourself.
specific questions, we have Homeland Security here that can answer, again,
Okay.
specific questions, a little more technical questions
Okay.
than I can answer.
Let's start the PowerPoint, and then we have questions. We'll hit them. Identify yourself, gentlemen, and talking directly into the mic. You want to hit the green button. Make sure it goes green. Yes, there we go.
Sergeant Jose Garcia. I'm the officer in charge of the Real-Time Crime Center.
Okay.
Captain Matthew Gallagher, the XO of the Bureau of Homeland Services.
Okay.
And one more, we have Assistant Director.
Assistant Director, you're moving up in the world.
Good
Okay.
afternoon.
Okay. Identify yourself.
Nicole Carlton, Assistant Director of Public Safety. I oversee the Office of Emergency Management and coordinate IT efforts.
Okay. Whoever wants to lead off here.
Okay, we're going to start off with this PowerPoint presentation, and I'll read some things I won't read because obviously I'm not going to insult anyone's intelligence. They can read themselves as well.
Yep, go ahead.
With the city of Cleveland, we had approximately 158 cameras. I was in 2028. 2019, as part of
Me,
this.
2018.
Yeah, sorry.
That's all right.
Thank you, yeah. A little dyslexic sometimes. In 2019, as part of the Safe Smart Cleve project, we approximately 1,300 cameras were added. We're currently at about 2,400 cameras, is that right? Correct. 2,400 cameras.
So wait a minute, just stop there. So the 2019, the additional cameras, was that the 4.9 that we passed, 4.9 million or whatever we passed through council for the additional cameras? Was that? Do we know?
No, to the chair, no, that was passed in 2022, and that was for, well, it was $4.5 million for ARPA funding.
4.5?
Yeah,
Okay.
and that was in 2022.
Okay, so you can provide that to us as well. Go ahead.
So currently, we have approximately 2,400 city-owned cameras, but we have more cameras in the system versus the 2,400. 2,400 is actually owned by the city of Cleveland. We have approximately a total of about 2,700 cameras that we have access to. That we have access to currently.
So when you say access, what does that mean?
It means through our FUSIS program.
Okay.
And camera sharing program.
Okay.
We have access to various, and I'll get into that a little bit further down, in the various city buildings, also municipal school district.
Okay,
We have,
so there could
those
be other
buildings.
agencies.
So we have other agencies
Okay.
and other
Gotcha.
private
Okay,
entities
great.
that we have access to their cameras.
Okay.
The initial camera selection process for Safe Smart Cleve was to place cameras near recreation centers and parks to protect our city and our kids. Approximately 1,300, as stated before, cameras were distributed across our city.
Yes.
Now, we're talking about the locations, and you have up there
Right.
the locations, and the selection process was actually very critical to the placement of those particular cameras. We actually had violent crime heat maps, city council input, as you mentioned before, Councilman.
Yes.
Having your input from all the council members, district commanders, the detective unit's recommendations. Based on that, those particular cameras were put in those locations.
Okay.
It's a little difficult to read, this particular map.
Yes. Well, as long as I know if you can be, when you're describing, because the citizens watching this, I don't know if they're looking at it, so I don't know if they can get a good view of it as well, but I just want to make sure that, because I don't.
Sergeant Garcia is going to detail this particular.
Okay.
We're just showing you basically a map overlay that shows all the different inputs as far as city council's requests.
Okay.
IT's recommendations, and our proposals. We want to show you how we decided on a specific location. Basically, the first choices were the ones that were duplicates, city council's requests, the heat maps, and IT's. When we had infrastructure in the area, one of the things that we need to understand is we just can't put a camera at every street corner, any location.
No, we
There's a
understand.
certain amount of infrastructure that's required to place cameras. So there is some logistics involved.
Okay. So just on that point, on that specific point, are there still areas of the city that you cannot place cameras in because of the infrastructure is not there?
It's not that we can't, it's there's an extra cost for it. And there's basically a cost analysis that needs to be determined of where we place the camera versus.
So who's working on that cost analysis? Of where?
To the chair,
Go.
we evaluate various locations to see if,
Yes.
again, we can place cameras in those, and that process is ongoing through IT. And again, we do take in consideration the commander's recommendations as well as the council members. And again, we evaluate those locations to see if they have the infrastructure.
Okay.
So those are still being evaluated.
Because I think that's important, because our position had always been in the city and the council that we wanted to make sure that every neighborhood had cameras in them. And we were told, and in fairness, that there are some areas of the city that lacked the infrastructure, but we wanted to make sure that there was a priority to make sure that the infrastructure was implemented. So at some point, we could, if we needed to identify additional dollars to do that or to fund additional cameras, because this is an issue, as you're very much aware, the request of council of cameras is not going to go away. It's only going to increase and has increased. We want more cameras in our neighborhoods because we see the benefit of the cameras, especially in the apprehension of people who are committing violent acts in our community. So, you know, if I had is based on the previous discussion, you know, if I had to make a decision based on ShotSpotter or based on additional cameras, I'm going with cameras because I have seen firsthand the advantage of that. But that's me personally. So just continue in your presentation. Thank you. Okay, go ahead.
You done? Okay, all right. Thank you, Sarge.
Okay.
Appreciate it. Next slide, we're talking about Safe Smart Clee. And of course, that is a
Yeah.
camera sharing access program that I just mentioned before for the not only businesses and other agencies, but also citizens.
Yes.
And as you can see, you know, sharing the cameras feeds enable us in the Department of Public Safety to respond to incidents at locations much faster and equip officers with advanced knowledge of the situation.
Okay. Keep going.
Next, we have flock safety, that's cameras. We have a number of flock cameras throughout the city of Cleveland, approximately 100 fixed. I mean, they're fixed locations, they're not mobile or movable. We can move, but they're fixed right now. They're license plate readers.
So that's what the flock system is, the license plate readers.
That's correct. And
Okay.
they're situated throughout the city of Cleveland. We have 100 throughout the city of Cleveland. We also
Yeah.
have the ability through our for 300 mobile license plate readers. That will be in our frontline vehicles. We're in the process of installing those, and I think very shortly, we have sometime in April, we'll have the cars out and rolling in our community.
Okay. Yeah, and I would just say this, going back to Councilman Harsh's comments. I can see that there's areas here that as you enter the city where there are no cameras from the suburban location. So I'm hoping that this is something that's going to be reviewed by you, Director, and you, Chief, because we want to make sure that no area of the city is left untouched by this. So you want to comment on that?
No, to the chair and other council members, we evaluate the placement of these cameras and others. And,
Yes.
and I just stated we have approximately 300 frontline cars that will have dash cameras, which have the capabilities of license plate readers. So it's a force multipliers.
Yes.
Coupled with the flock cameras that are in our suburban areas, and Euclid you mentioned before, and others that have flock cameras and so forth. So we have access to those particular cameras to aid us in our investigations should we need that equipment.
Because, again, I'm just looking at what I would classify to be major streets coming into the city, and I don't see any cameras there. So, okay.
Yeah, to your point again, I don't want to belabor it.
Yeah.
Do we have the flock cameras that we currently have are in strategic locations, so
Okay.
we're capturing information of individuals either in our
Okay.
city, outside our cities, coming in, traveling, and so
Okay.
forth. But we are capturing information that
Okay.
will aid us in our investigations.
Okay, keep going.
This next slide here, just want to show everybody an example of the difference between our standard city cameras and its ability to record plates on a vehicle that's driving about 35 miles or faster. It's very difficult for our standard cameras, and I wanted to show you why we need flock cameras. Their ability to take a set photo is greater than the video.
So you're telling us that the standard cameras we have are not adequate?
They're adequate for vehicles that are moving a little slower and to show us what crimes are being committed. They're just, the technology isn't there yet. It's always improving as we move forward. And
Okay.
also the infrastructure required to pull that type of
Okay.
data through video. So what Flock does is just a picture, a snapshot. So therefore, they can take a better quality photo. And they also use different technology as far as infrared lighting that allows them to see the license plates even at night.
Right, okay. Continue.
To the chair and other council members, we just recently purchased 2 mobile trailer cameras.
Yes.
Via federal grants that we currently have. We've utilized it several times already, and we're hopeful that we can get 1 or 2 more cameras to purchase later this year. We have the ability, again, to take those into various areas. If we have a large-scale event, we can, coupled with using our existing cameras, we can also augment that by taking these mobile cameras into those areas.
Okay, okay.
Along with that as well, we have mobile pole cameras. And you see a picture of it there that we can also move around as well, depending on demand.
Okay, so, at the end of the presentation?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so approximately, let's go back to the beginning, because I have Councilman Slife down on the list here. So, Councilman Starr, we have approximately 2,400 plus city-owned cameras, and then you've indicated a total around 2,700, so it's about 300 more that are owned by other entities, school system, et cetera, in the city,
To the
correct?
chair, to the chair, that's correct.
Okay, so there was this flyer that was put together that we were asked to pass out in our commercial districts. How do you link your business camera to the city system? Do we know how many have done that?
To the chair, we have approximately, and this includes CMSD, we're about over 20 businesses that have integrated their cameras. And in order to integrate, you have to have specific camera technology that we view with the owners. What we're finding with some of the smaller businesses is they don't have the capability with their technology to have the live stream with our real-time crime center.
So if I have XYZ business in the community, can you tell me or provide to us a spec sheet of what cameras or what systems they should be requesting or at least talking to a vendor about?
To the chairman, we are looking at cameras that have IP addresses and they're linked up with Wi-Fi. So that is the components that we will need in order to link it up to the real-time crime center.
Okay, then I would ask respectfully that you provide us that information so I can say to, Billy Dagg at Muldoon's on 105th, if you want to put a camera in that's going to link it to our system, this is what you need to do. This is the type of camera system that you need to implement or get a price on or whatever the case may be.
To the chairman, the flyers we passed out to you, what we are asking everybody to do is register their cameras and even the businesses.
Okay.
So what that does is it puts on the map for police to see the information that there is a camera there, a business camera with external cameras, and we want to make that clear. This is for external cameras only.
Yes.
Once they register their camera, it automatically will allow police to contact them if there's an event in their neighborhood and they
Yes.
are investigating.
Okay.
What we do on our end, we reach out to the business owners, we communicate with them to see what their technology is and if we can integrate them.
Okay.
The integration is at no cost to the business owners.
I understand. But what I'm saying is we would like to have more and more businesses who are implementing systems implement a system that can interface with us. So if you can tell us what that is, because you're talking to the wrong guy, but I wouldn't know, to me, a camera's a camera. But you folks know what you need to have, what you could recommend. So if you can provide that data to us, it's going to be helpful. Because the council members want more cameras in our neighborhoods. We all see the benefits of them. If it wasn't for the cameras on private property on 185th, we would have never been able to identify the people who were involved in the Mr. Carr's homicide of the husband, wife, and their pet dog. Would have never happened. It was those private cameras that businesses had that put those guys right there at that site. So to me, anyone who wants to argue against cameras, I'm going to argue just the opposite, because I saw the benefits, the direct benefits of that, which then enabled CPD to do what they needed to do to make an arrest. I'm committed. I myself, and I believe the overwhelming majority of council members, are committed to cameras. We want to make sure, though, that they're operational, because we know times cameras have gone down and they were not fixed until after the fact. Because unfortunately, and correct me if I'm wrong, what the officer who lost his life tragically on the west side, that the city cameras there were not working. And it was the private cameras that they were able to identify the perpetrator of that act against that police officer. And that was the reality. The two cameras we had, I was told, were not working out in the public right-of-way. So I want to make sure that every camera is working, because we're paying for it. We're paying for that.
Yeah, to the chairman, if I may, and
Yeah.
we now have a monitoring system. There's a software in place that monitors the cameras, and if they're not getting a good viewpoint, as well as the real-time crime center reports
Okay.
back, and the IT staff will look at that camera, see if it is up and
Okay.
working, and there is a maintenance contract in place.
Okay.
And also on the point of the technology, we will get that information to you, but I also have learned that I know the districts have a program where police can come out and do a security assessment for, and
Okay.
maybe Chief Todd can talk about that.
Okay. So anyone want to comment? Because I have Councilman Slife, Councilman Starr.
Yeah, if I can,
Yes.
Councilman, to your point about the cameras, we approximately 2,700. The information I have right now is approximately 23 are down, and they're in the process of either being replaced or repaired. So
Okay.
out of 2,700, 23 are down.
Okay. But those 23 might be in critical positions, too. So I want to make sure that to the vendor, and I'm not clear who the vendor is. Who is the vendor? Do we know for the cameras?
To the chairman, there's a few contracts that we have in place to repair and add new cameras.
So we have multiple vendors?
Correct.
Is that wise to have multiple vendors?
That's done through IT as far as the whole camera selection process and maintenance. So.
Okay. Well, again, I want to make sure, because we're paying for a service, I want to make sure we're getting it. Okay. The other thing I would ask before I call upon Councilman Slife and Starr and others, I want to make sure you extend once again the offer to council members to come over and see the camera locations in their neighborhoods. Because for some reason in the past, it was always like this top secret stuff. And I would argue the point, wait a minute, come on now. You got to be able, council members, we were asked to submit locations. We did faithfully. I know I did. And then not even half of those locations that I picked in coordination with my commander were they chosen. So what I'm going to ask of you, both of the director and of the chief, that extended invitation be again to council members to come over, see the cameras, and you need to tell us where geographically on a map, what areas of the city the technology is not there to implement the cameras. Those dark zones or whatever you want, gray zones, whatever you want to refer to them as, we need to know where that's at. Because when we get into the capital budget, to my colleagues, if we need to apply capital. So if there's an area of Councilwoman's Gray ward that you cannot put in cameras in because the infrastructure is not there, then we've got to figure out how to fix that. Or Councilman Starr or Slife or Kelly. We got to be able to make sure that no area of the city is excluded. No area of the city is excluded. So I just want to make sure on that. So, okay, I'm going to stop right there. Councilman Slife and then Starr.
Cliche, but I'll be very brief. I actually have noticed the increase in cameras in Ward 17. I know that being on the edge of the city, it was purported that just the technology wasn't there for a long time, but there's wireless technology now. I have always kind of balked at the idea that the locations can't be shared. The new ones, the lights kind of set on like super blink mode, so you notice them. But I have noticed, so I just want to throw that out there. There was, in addition to our cameras and the partnerships with businesses, we had also discussed about partnerships with your Ring camera and being able to share that data with the Division of Police. But I believe there was an article recently about, maybe it was Ring or one of those other companies, about no longer sharing that with law enforcement. So I'm wondering, since I thought that was a really encouraging thing in a way that we could easily, as just the average resident, partner. Can you walk us through what that change was at Ring? Is it a full stop? Is it something that is not automatic but can still be an opt-in program? Because I've always understanding that we're never going to be able to have a camera in every single location, but there's so many Ring cameras. How do we help supplement what the Division of Police has?
Director or Chief?
Through the chair to the council member, we never had that contract for a direct link for residential cameras, and we've never asked that from our residents. The only thing we've asked is our residents to register if they were interested that they have a camera similar to the businesses. So if a crime were to occur, that we know we can knock on their door and ask them if they had captured footage of something that occurred. So we haven't been in that contract that would really affect us with the Ring. If that addresses your
So
question.
that news article was about the automatic.
Yeah, I think that there are some different agencies throughout the United States that had that. They had distributed Ring cameras.
Yeah.
And then, to their residents, they would give them a Ring camera.
Right.
And with the idea that it was incorporated in the police department, we haven't done that.
Okay, that's useful because again, if people are listening, I think that is a program we should be routinely reminding people that they can register with the police and make sure that that's available if necessary.
And on that point, through the chair of the councilman, I will give the website. It's connectcleveland.org.
Okay.
Residents can log into that, and it'll go to the registration portal where they can register their cameras, and it makes it much easier for police. They can actually call you or send you an email to ask if you have the footage. So connectcleveland.org, and they
Thank
can go
you.
right there to register.
Okay, provide us whatever information you can. Councilman Slife, you through? Councilman Starr?
Yes, no, just one question, a few questions that I have, Chair, from the Real-Time Crime Center. Do you have 24-hour monitoring of every video with all these 400 cameras, to the chair?
To whoever can answer.
To the chair, we do not have 24/7 real-time monitoring of 2,700 cameras, no, sir.
So through the chair, how do we monitor or store the data that we receive from these cameras so that we can, if we need to use them for something, what's the best approach to handle that? Through the chair.
Whoever can answer that.
To the chair, to the councilman, all of our video is basically stored on for better choice of words, a DVR, and they're stored there until we need it. And that's usually for a short period amount of time, then it gets erased over. And if a crime happens or an incident happens, we then download that video and put it in our evidence.com.
And through the chair, for that time frame, how long does it last on the DVR before it rolls over? To the chair.
Can you tell?
Oh, go ahead. No, go ahead.
To the chair, to the councilman, approximately 30 days.
30 days, so within 30-day time frame for every camera, if something happened, you could pull something up?
To the chair of the Councilman Starr, that's correct.
Yeah, that's important.
To the chair from all 2,400 cameras?
To the chair, to the Councilman Starr, that's correct.
Okay, I'm sorry, I just want to make sure I heard that right, because that's one of the things, sometimes we have crime happen, and then next thing you know, you may look up and the camera actually is working. Then you find out that it ain't stored. So those are very good. And to the chair, how often do our cameras receive maintenance or equipment updates?
Whoever can answer.
To the chairman, to the councilman, they are maintained as is required. If they notice there's something wrong with it, it will be maintained, and they're on about an 8-year replacement schedule to replace the cameras.
Okay, and through that time frame, so with all the connectivity we have in our data system, I know Commissioner is not here. Commissioner Jones, he usually give me updates, that's Ward 5, a little bit, but I ain't gonna get on them right now. But through the chair, within those monitoring time frame, right now, at the monitor headquarters station, we're able to look in at all 2,400 cameras. And is there something that can give us alert to know that a camera is down? Do we have any system in place to say, okay, we got these 2,400 cameras operating today, March 6th, but then once we break and we come back March 11th, we notice that on March 10th, during the weekend, 12 cameras were down. Do we have something that shows us that type of stuff or know that through
Through the chairman to the councilman, yes, there is a software program that is monitored, and it will alert if the camera is down or if the camera feed itself the image is not clear, and it is reviewed by the IT staff. And also the Real-Time Crime Center staff monitors the cameras and will alert if there's something that's not picked up. And these are for the city cameras. I just want to make that clear. Our private businesses, we don't store their data. We have to request it through them. So this is for the city-owned cameras.
Yeah, and through, like you mentioned earlier, Assistant Director, I remember you mentioned external cameras for those businesses, One question I also asked to the chair, do we have any data regarding any doorbell cameras that are registered with the city? Do we know how many of those are?
Through the chairman to the councilman, we have approximately, and this, we don't have number of residents, we have, it's just under 1,000 cameras that are registered. There are some homeowners that have multiple external cameras, and we want to see that number go up. We're looking to create a web across the city of private and residents' cameras to share with police so that they can do their investigations properly. So connectcleveland.org, I'll say it again, for residents to log in and register their cameras.
And through that question from that response from Assistant Director to the chair, makes me think, are there any camera system grants out there for doorbells in which we can possibly explore different opportunities? And what I mean by that is through that doorbell grant, possibly looking in areas where we have seen a spike in crime. We always say we want the residents to get involved, but if we could possibly provide them with upgrades and working with their management company, housing authorities to figure out how do we say when we build this new building or when we make these upgrades, we are actually implementing these cameras, Ring doorbell cameras, in which we are making that partnership be something that the management is standing up to. So therefore, residents know that the doorbell is registered without them having to do extra work. Have we ever explored something like that through the chair?
Through the chair to the council member, this goes back to what Council Member Slife mentioned, and we are not going to engage that because there is that, right now, there is not that agreement with Ring Doorbell to share that information with law enforcement.
Okay, definitely. I think we should definitely explore that because obviously, we see stuff come up, news at other places in the world. They be showing that they found crime because of the doorbell. Even recently, I think the last couple of years, something happened out in Euclid, and doorbell cameras was able to identify the shooters and stuff like that.
And
So
through the chair to the council member, our detectives do go out there, and they have been able to get captured video to help solve crimes with that.
all right, and then something that the Dean did mention, with those 2,400 cameras, is there a way for council to receive information on where they are at? And the reason why I'm asking it, I definitely want to provide some context, is because some people may say put a camera here, and I'm like, that ain't nowhere. It's nothing going on over there. But then you look up and there's a camera there, and that camera could have been moved maybe a block away, could be somewhere where there is issues and different concerns with residents. So my question would be through the chair, as far as the location of cameras, do we have any data to show how we identify, evaluate it, or determine where the location of each camera is located? And if so, when the last time have we reviewed the data to see if it's still the same usage needed in that area, or do we need to upgrade it somewhere else? Through the chair.
To the chair, Councilman Stark, a really good question. When we initially started the program, part of the process, the evaluation process, is working with the council members themselves, also the district commanders, hotspot maps and so forth, and based on that, and also the technology and so forth, and based on that, those cameras were put in those particular areas. And it's based on data as well. So based on all of that, the decisions were made to put those cameras in those areas. And we do reevaluate all of those things before we actually place cameras in certain locations. Of course, we have to have the infrastructure in place to make sure they can manage that and sustain that. But we take all those things into consideration before we place cameras anywhere in the city of Cleveland.
Okay, and then y'all know I'm always big on our community benefits agreements or community partnership agreements we have with other law enforcement agencies, which makes me think about different properties and states that have cameras. I mean, one of the things that I deal with is we have public housing, a high population area in Ward 5 where it's public housing, and they have buildings with cameras on there. But every time an incident occurs, they're always saying the cameras is down. So what type of relationship do we have as police with building and housing to have the enforcement to making sure those cameras are working, but also doing assessment because they have a camera and then you look up, all the lights over in that area is pitch black. And then the minute something happens and it becomes a homicide, it ain't their law enforcement who has to do an investigation. It becomes Cleveland police, and then Cleveland may make a decision to send it downstate, and then actually know I'm getting chewed out because the residents don't feel as if it went through the right due process up north to be able to get things done. So through the chair.
The problem is within the codified ordinances of the City of Cleveland, there is no requirement of mandating security cameras on private property. I wish there was. We had talked about it years ago. We were told we could not mandate that. We could not mandate cameras now unless something has changed in the law. You bring up a valid point because you have CMHA. I have these 7 senior high rises, 5 of which are CMHA, and I constantly have problems with the cameras in there.
Yeah, and then
Yeah.
like you said,
Yeah.
Chair, but then the lighting too.
Yeah.
So it'd be the cameras, the lighting, and then as you know, just a dead spot for anything. So then you got to argue with and fight with the First Energy folks to get them to try to do it. And then Cleveland Public Power tell you it ain't the blue and white sign, so it ain't on the street. It's not theirs. And as you know, you just keep getting, running around in circles. So I definitely would love to see how we can possibly partner and figure out how to get those individuals in the room to have just a heart-to-heart conversation. And then also with some building and housing, some enforcement, like we talked about during the budget cycle. But that's really, some of my concerns. But that's all I have, Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions? I want to just say this to the director and the chief. I want to thank you. Again, we need to know what areas of the city are incapable at the present time of not having the cameras installed. Brown spots, dead spots, whatever you call them, we need to know that. We also need to know what the additional cost would be to implement cameras in those areas. We got capital coming up. I'm not kidding. I mean, I'm as serious as a heart attack. I want to make sure the city is covered with cameras, and that and we're addressing the concerns because again, I've seen the benefits of having them, as my citizens have.
Really
I get requests all the time in the commercial districts. We'd like more cameras. Want more cameras. Lighting, improved lighting, and that's something we got to work with Cleveland Public Power on. Okay, so our last question to the chief, as I posed to them yesterday, and the director. Tell us what your plans are for this summer, for this spring and summer with regard to deployment. As of today, how many officers do we have?
I can give you that number.
Get the exact number right now. So we're
That's
not
what I
giving you-
want,
yeah.
so I can cringe. Okay?
Don't cringe.
I'm going to cringe.
It's getting better.
It's getting better? Oh, that's what I need to hear. Our
Okay,
citizens.
so 11:59.
11:59.
Yes, sir.
Okay, 11:59, as of today. And every time you come to the table, you're going to be asked that question, so you're going to know to be
Understood.
prepared. So with 1,159, which is substantially lower than what is in the budget, what are your game plans to address response time, visibility, traffic enforcement, et cetera, this spring and going into summer?
So to the chair, as we talked about a little bit yesterday, we're still going to continue with the initiatives that we started, we've done in the past. There's currently an initiative with the Ohio State Highway Patrol
Yes.
today in District 4, and we have another one scheduled for later this month. We also had a meeting that was held today with our federal partners, and that is to, again, address violent crime and talk about our summer plans for violence throughout the city. We've had the dedicated hotspot enforcement, and we've had our violent crime reduction details that we've continued throughout the winter months. But another thing that we did throughout, the colder season was evaluate the plans for the summer and the warmer months. We are looking at continuing those enforcement details and potentially, changing them up some. Anything you do regularly becomes stale, and, you have to make sure that the officers are using every tool necessary to be productive throughout these details.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
we have a plan in place, and this will be continued enforcement efforts with our members and our partners throughout the summer.
Okay, you've said that there are outside agencies that are coming in to help that are going to be in the 4th. I hope that they're going to be expanding their reach outside of the 4th District as
Yes.
well.
So each
Okay.
detail normally encompasses a different district.
Okay.
So these are, the one is for the 4th District, the next one is for the 3rd. And with each one we schedule, we make sure we have coverage throughout.
Okay.
It's easier to concentrate on a smaller area to have those resources, closely connected together than to spread them out, throughout the entire city.
Okay, because as Councilman Hart said at a recent meeting he was at, he was just, barraged with concerns and complaints about traffic enforcement or lack of traffic enforcement in his community. And we're all hearing the same thing. So I just want to be assured. And then the last point, as to my colleagues, so again, all transparency, as I said to the chief and the safety director yesterday, I appreciate them taking the time to meet with me. And we're going to meet officially every day before the safety committee meets to discuss issues, is that they have got to work tirelessly as we go through the screening process for the 600 individuals who applied for the Division of Police. We've got to make sure that every effort's being made to put as many people as we can in the academy, in the police
Absolutely.
academy.
That is our absolute goal.
To wind up with 11 or whatever that is not going to be acceptable. And when I continue to be asked, we lost 165 officers last year, and 21 were hired. That ain't going to cut it. That ain't going to cut it with this body. We gave the administration everything they asked for, and then some. We're not being unreasonable. You got to do everything you can to ramp up the Division of Police.
Absolutely. So, Councilman, on behalf of the men and women of the Division of Police, we appreciate your support, and we will do everything we can
Okay.
to make sure
Yeah.
that we hire as many
Okay.
officers as we can.
The proof will be in the pudding, Chief. This is your test.
Yes.
This is
Understood.
your test through fire. Where you ever see those? I don't know where people walk on the hot coals. You're
Understood.
walking on hot coals along with this guy.
Yeah.
Okay, on hot coals, and council is hot coals. We've become the hot coals here. We want to make sure we have men and women in our streets, and we want to make sure our Cleveland residents, who all of us are encouraging to apply for the Division of Police, we want to see a police department that's reflective of our city. That's what we want. Thank you. Committee
Thank
is
you.
adjourned.